For all things Pelicans, you're now tuned into the Pelican Postgame Report. Much love to the flock. Appreciate y'all for being in this episode of the Postgame Report, representing the flocking nation. Stand up, Hell family. Good to see y'all on this Saturday morning, my time, Central Time. Anyway, big ups to you guys. Please feel free to do me a service and hit the like button. If you listen via X, give me a retweet and shout out to the flock, man. We up in this thing. One more again. That's right. One more again. Big ups to everybody. Big ups to Black Preacher man, becoming a new member of the channel. Now we have that available for the family members. Shout out to you, my brother, for becoming a PPR faithful. And you guys can do that too by simply joining the channel. You go to the upper category and it'll show you join. I'll post a link more than likely in the description section as well, so you guys can feel free. It's a new thing that we're doing here. It also helps out the platform. PPR, the longest running #1 independent Pelican podcast in the business. We've been doing this for a long time, just like as long as the sports coma been representing, we'd be up in this thing. So big ups to all you guys. Appreciate you. Michael, good to see you in the chat. Elite, big ups to you. Jake Carl, what's happening, baby? Appreciate you. Once again, shout out to Black Preacher, man. Salute to you, my brother. Appreciate you for listening. State of the Pels, that's DJ. Shout out to you. What's up, new LV levels? New levels. There you go. I got you, fam. Young City 9. Good to see you. Virgo Life. Shout out to you. Says DJ and Ingram will not work. They occupy the same space. All right. Thank you, fam. Appreciate you. Yeah. He's saying DJ. DJ. All right. Pelicans Nolas. Shout out to you as well. Of course, DC and Lex will join us momentarily. And big ups to everybody, man. Your brother Kevin, how you doing today, sir? Good morning to you, and grand rising to the flock, man. Good to see you. What's up, Jessica? Shout out to the queens out there. Brother Mose is in the building. Good to see you, fam. Appreciate y'all as well. Now, a lot going on. I was going to start the broadcast with an article that our contributor at the whothatdaily.com had pinned, and that was pretty much this article right here. But things have changed, and I'm going to tell you why. Pelicans showed interest in Malik Beasley as a potential suitor to the team, but as you guys might have not heard, or if you did hear about this is no longer the case, because Malik Beasley signed a 1-year deal for $6 million with Trajan Langdon in his Detroit Pistons squad. So that took Malik Beasley off of the table for the Pelicans, who were, doing some due diligence looking at Beasley. So he's off the table. And as we keep moving the thing forward, there's also articles that's talking about, or what he basically mentioned, Real Wright did, while the Pelicans continue to pursue the trade market for centers. Wendell Carter Jr. of the Magic among the targets on the radar. Veteran big man Daniel Theis has been linked to the Pels as a possible cheaper option in free agency. Now, Michael Scotto, who's been busy as hell putting a lot of this stuff together, a lot of these trades and all this stuff is linked to what he's been saying and what he's been laying down. He's been on top of it, man. He's been really kind of facilitating a lot of things the Pale Nation been doing, because hell, we waiting for something to pop. A lot of these teams have already put together their squads, right? A lot of these teams have their squad. We can pull up Memphis, we can pull up Dallas, we could pull up even Houston that really didn't do too much, San Antonio, OKC. A lot of those big moves have already done. They're over with. So you can look at what kind of team these people have. Pelicans, not so much. And I know there's been supposed to be a lot of patience, and we've been asking, hey, man, be patient with the Pels. They're trying to do this, that, and the third. And they are going about trying to figure it out all kind of ways to see if they can move BI. And I'm going to ask you guys this today on if the situation arises where BI can't be moved, although I think it is, but you also have to, and we talked about this before on the show, have to take in consideration and be ready for all, situations. That's what being prepared is all about. So anyway, let's finish this up here. We'll cover that. We'll go into it. Now, Carter averaged 11 points a game, 7 rebounds, and just under two assists in 55 games. And what the thing is about Wendell Carter Jr., it continues to tie to the Pelicans to Wendell Carter Jr., obviously, because what Wendell Carter represent in terms of the his abilities, he could play in the switch all situation. The biggest hindrance to a Wendell Carter Jr. would be he's never played over 63 games in his since he's been in the league. But he's an incredibly talented player. Could Amy Atmore, our physical therapist, able to do something with Wendell Carter Jr.? And of course, the trade would have to make sense. It'll involve 3 teams. So this is still something that's on the table, just to let the family members know about this particular thing. So anyway, as we keep going here, then it's also Daniel Theis, who is a guy that has popped up on the radar for the Pelicans as well. He's another dude that there's rumors circulating around about the Pelicans looking at, and that was also a SCOTO point that he was talking about. As the Pelicans could have him as a cheaper option as a big man going into free agency. So, and he's a dude that is not really, it's going to cost you a lot. Like I said, Theis is like he averaged just over 6 points a game, 4 rebounds, and he would be a free agent option, a cheap free agent option, listed at 6'9", about 250 pounds, but a pretty decent hustle type of big that runs the floor, gives you a full effort, but he's not a stretch big, but more like I ain't gonna say a Cody Zeller type, but you have Misi, and then you have whatever your trade big that you get in, and then Theis would be a guy that's on the back end of the roster that you bring in, hopefully, that can get in there and hustle up some plays for you. So that's one of the things to talk about here as we go into this article. And as you can see, he kind of covers that. But like I said, it's a flowing in the flowing world of NBA free agency. A lot of stuff snaps and pops for the Pelicans. Now, what's on the forefront right now of the Pelicans organization is this right now, this is another thing that's coming up with the Pelicans. And now all of a sudden, Portland has come to the forefront. We heard about Atlanta. And of course, today is the day where we'll get all of the information regarding on whether or not, who's involved in the trade. We know if they could facilitate and make trades like that, the Hawk trade with DeJounte Murray, pieces that they added in. We know Dyson Daniels was a part of it. We know Larry Nance is a part of it. We know EJ Liddell is supposed to be a part of it per Andrew Lopez. Is it something else Atlanta wants to put in there to kind of facilitate this thing? We'll know this by the end of the day, what that all looks like. So anyway, as we keep it going, but this is something that came by the way is of Chris Dodson, who was dropping a scoot here. He talked about Klingon, Scoot Henderson, and DC's favorite player, Shadion Sharp, are the Trailblazers core going forward. So everybody else is not. That means DeAndre Ayton and everybody else. So they're looking at facilitating trades to get people out there. We heard about Jeremy Grant, who's not attached to us. The Lakers were interested in, several other teams were interested in Jeremy Grant. So the Pelicans could pry Ayton and Anthony Simons out of the Pacific Northwest for BI and Larry Nance. New Orleans would like to include more salary. So we don't know about, that's just an idea that they came up with. This was a tweet that was basically sourcing that and saying that could there be a value there in reaching out and getting, we know Nance is gone. So finding a third team with picks that can be swapped or protected might be necessary to facilitate the deal. Do the Pelicans need to put Jordan Hawkins, Jose Alvarado, Jeremiah Robinson Earl as sweeteners to make it go? And this is the thing. Like I said, it's ultimately turned into, like, we kind of looked at this thing and we said, you know what, man, the Pelicans trading Brandon Ingram, getting him out of here, right? Trading BI, CJ McCollum, obviously they're that's something they're going to see about getting BI out first, and CJ McCollum probably not right away, probably like we talked about later on in the year, perhaps next year. We'll see how it all goes. But the Pelicans, man, they're going to look a bit different. A lot of the bench depth, Larry Nance, Najee Marshall, those guys, are gone. It's going to be interesting to see how the Pelicans, because we expected some flux to the starting five. Man, the second line unit is going to look a lot different. So the Pelicans are attempting, as it appears, and we knew this for a while, they're trying to get multiple players and maybe picks. Yeah, not maybe one, but maybe 1 or 2 picks for Brandon Ingram. But it's a short list of what you got to do to get that. So it's going to be very interesting moving forward, man. but it's definitely a situation where we can see the Pels, man, just trying all kind of stuff, man, to try to get it going, man. And as you can see, it's not easy, man, trying to get BIs, because we heard so much, man. We heard so much going on. We heard the Spurs were interested. We heard several other teams, and then it just appears like every other day it flips flops. It was Sacramento at one point, then it was Orlando at one point, then it was this team at one point, it was that team at one point. So it's just amazing how this is all moving. Like the Pelicans are everywhere at all times, it appears, trying to find the right situation for Brandon Ingram to go to. So we're going to keep kind of feeling around and see what we can find with this, man. But most certainly, this is a very interesting time to be a Pelican supporter, isn't it? And of course, this is just wanted to share this, guys, with you guys about the Pelicans. This is a portion of the summer league roster from the summer league roster tracker. And these are some of the players that are potentially to be on the Pelican Summer League team. Yves Missi, our first round draft pick this year. Antonio Reeves, the second round pick. Malcolm Hill, Kevin O'Abonner from the Raptors 905. Josh Oduro, who we talked about before. And also Jermaine Cussenard, who is another player we talked about with the Pelicans. And Bannon is another dude that just kind of got thrown in the mix right there. He's a new name that we haven't heard anything on. And this is, like I said, this is just from the tracker of potential guys added. And this is Kevin O'Banner, who is his numbers coming out of college from Texas Tech. Multiple years there, played in college a bunch of years. 5 years in college, but Kevin O'Banner. And it's averaged about 14 points, 7 rebounds on 50% shooting from the field. So this is one of the potential guys that are going to end up in the practice squad for the Pels. And of course, it's still fluxing and going on in terms of that. So we're going to keep looking at that. Let me see how tall this player is, man. Let's see, what is his height? How tall is this player, man? Give me just a second, fam. Let me kind of, because they don't have his height listed here. All right, hold on. Yeah, because this is a player I kind of looked at him when I found this article right here. I was like, oh, okay, let's see what this guy is. Now I was able to watch some film on him, and he's okay. So the Pelicans going about their due diligence. 6'8". He's 6'8", 235 pounds. All right. So Kevin O'Banner, 6'8", 240, 238, 240. All right, so anyway, that's some of the stuff going on right there with the Pels, man. And listen, man, a lot of stuff shaking and baking in the universe of the Pelican Nation. And like I said, man, it's very interesting time to be a Pel. All right, anyway, we're going to bring in DC. DC, how you doing today, sir? Appreciate you. How you doing?
I'm all right, but I don't know what the hell going on because you decided to start the show without me. Well, what's up, Big Q?
Oh, well, I just talked to you like 5 minutes before the show, and I said it was going on the show. Did we not have that conversation, sir?
Okay, well, so what the article said. You know what? You acting petty. I'm gonna just ask the family.
Well, you get what I could pull it up and let you read it if you like. Would that be to your liking?
I'm driving, Q.
Okay, of course you're driving. Yeah, you're driving all the time. All right, so anyway, a little brief free agency breakdown here, fam, as we welcome DC into the stream. A few things happened in the NBA world. We heard about Orlando kind of signing Franz Wagner, 5 years, $224 million, the maximum rookie contract, according to Adrian Wojnarowski. The deal could be worth as much as up to $269 million, making the commitment to Orlando. Jamal Mosley has done a knockdown, drag out, great job. And he got an extension too for the Orlando Magic. They are beyond the timeline. Like we thought Orlando was going to took a little longer for them to be relevant again or get back to being competitive. But Jamal Mosley has taken the Orlando Magic and has expedited that timeline and had those guys playing exceptional basketball. The Pelicans have a hell of a time trying to beat the Orlando Magic. They haven't beaten them, I think, in 2 years. I kind of, dropped that nugget on the family members this year. It's like, man, we haven't beaten the damn Orlando Magic, in 2 years. they're just a vicious matchup for us, and they're tough. We have difficulties with them, so
I wonder how many times were we fully healthy when we played them though.
it doesn't matter.
I
We
know
see
they definitely had to beat us fully healthy in 2 years though. Like there ain't no
right.
way we wasn't healthy none of them times.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But it's just one of the situations where you have a bad matchup there. Like we able to knock
Yeah,
Sacramento out the head. It's just a bad matchup for the Pels. And then of
they
course
can do the switch all Q. They long all the way across the board, and they can switch all the way, man.
and athletic. Don't forget long and athletic. That's a dangerous combination for
Mm-hmm.
Pelicans who are
And
not
oh
so.
my God, if Jonathan Isaac plays, oh my goodness,
It's over with. Fastly becoming one of the
minister of defense.
he's tough, DC. I ain't gonna lie. And then he got his money, bro. So a lot of what Orlando's doing, man. Jamal
Two
Mosley.
hundred and seventy million for Franz Wagner though. Like I'm scared, Q.
Don't be
We got to
scared.
resign. I mean, we got to resign Trey Murphy.
I
Trey
know.
Murphy, look at that, and not want more than 125, 150 million. You know what I'm saying? And then wait, Emmanuel Quigley got 187 million. It's like
Yeah, they making
now
it hard.
he's not bad. He's not bad, but 187 million. No, that's crazy. There is no world where you can convince me that Franz Wagner is worth 270 million, especially on the Orlando Magic, bro. Like you're not. How is he? So he's going to be getting more money than Paulo Beccaro for the next 3 to 4 years. That is crazy.
Paulo got to be in his feelings about that, man. But when it's
That's
time
crazy.
for him to get his bread,
He
boy,
gonna want 350 million.
I know that's what I'm saying. It's just, but see, that's the thing. Orlando realizes, hey, man, uh, we like these guys, and we're committing to this core. So we got a 3 or 4 year window to make something pop. We're very excited. Like I said, they have an expedited timeline. Like nobody expected Orlando to be relevant that fast, and Jamal Mosley was able to pull it off. And those guys, they buying all in, man. They're going all in on their squad. So there you go. Everybody got paid, man, this year for them. So we'll see what they do. And if,
Not everybody, Q.
well, Wendell Carter Jr. is out there, so yeah, he's the lone person here that's obviously on the trade block. So we know Wendell Carter Jr. with 2 years remaining on his contract, he's not in their future plan. So he's more than likely going to be a guy that gets moved. So we'll see on that DC. So there you go. All right, also free agent DeMar DeRozan has played his last game in Chi-Town. It appears that Sacramento is the team that he's preferred to be, and Wojnarowski said their talks on the signing trade with Sacramento having continued this week through the Kings will need a third team to facilitate any deal because the Bulls do not want any significant contracts in return. Also, Buddy Hield is joining Golden State Warriors on the sign and trade deal, guaranteed, and it's for 2 years at $21 million. According to Wojnarowski, Hield gets $18 million in his first 2 years and $3 million partial guaranteed in the third year, plus a player option on the non-guaranteed fourth year. Warriors will send the 76ers a second round pick from 2031 via the Dallas Mavericks. And then other lesser knowns, Minnesota signing PJ Dozier, Miami picking up Alex Burke on a 1 year deal. Joe Ingles signed a 1 year deal to go to join Minnesota. Damon Lee with Phoenix, and of course the LeBron re-signed. So that's basically what has happened just in the last couple of days. Nothing really shaking in terms of something solid for the Pelicans, DC. So did you get a chance to kind of put together your trade scenarios? What are your thoughts on that, sir?
Actually, I didn't, man. But I mean, we could pull up a
Driving?
trade machine right now if you would like. But
Were
nah,
you
I didn't have a chance. Yeah, I was driving, bro. I didn't have a chance.
weren't driving? So there you go. So cut it out. You was not
Didn't
driving.
have a chance to put the trade machine together, bro.
Also, you was not driving.
Well, I
So
did. I'm gonna tell the truth. I
yeah,
had
please.
I had several trades put together, but they all involved the Bulls and Sacramento at the time. That's where I got started. And with Sacramento, uh, pretty much looking like they got it in the bag to sign DeRozan. They say the Spurs are trying to work with them on that third team trade, as well as the Bulls. So and Miami. So one of those teams are probably going to be involved in the 3-team trade. And I just kind of scrapped the little trades I made up after hearing that. So
Yeah, and I'm not mad at you, bro, because it's a lot of stuff is going on right now, man. Like we was about to talk about Malik Beasley, and 2 hours before the broadcast, Beasley accepts a 1-year deal to Detroit for $6 million. So that was an interesting nugget that he was out
wait, Beasley, he accepted only $6 million?
$6 million to go to
Now
Detroit.
I understand why the Pels were looking at him. I didn't think he would take, especially from Detroit. He didn't try to rob Detroit.
No, he took
Wow,
1 year, $6 million. So there you go. All right. So
wow.
anyway, let's listen to this article right here. This DC just sent me this. He's the gift that keeps giving. Brian Windhurst, the Hoop Collective podcast. I guess this is a snippet from the Pelicans thing. That's what you sent DC.
Well, you have he's got two. He's got one where he's stating the issue with us trading Brandon Ingram, and then he has one where he talks about a potential place for Brandon Ingram to be traded. That makes a lot of sense.
All right. So I don't know which is which. I guess this is the first one.
You can just read. I think they should have a subtitle at the bottom of it. No?
Okay, Ola doesn't have any. Seems like the what Robert Williams, blah blah blah. We'll just listen to it. Y'all put one in the chat if y'all can hear this. Here we go.
Assuming that you think you can start Donovan Clingan, maybe you can't start him right away. But they have DeAndre Ayton, Donovan Clingan, and Robert Williams, who they acquired from Boston in the Drew Holiday trade, and he'll be back and is working out. He was a sometimes starter, sometimes off the bench guy. It seems like they've got one extra center, and New Orleans doesn't have any centers. It seems to me like those two teams could do business.
It would make some sense there, especially when you look at a guy. If you want to start with Robert Williams is from Louisiana, would be a little bit of a homecoming. He's from kind of the Shreveport area. Went to North Caddo High School. Remember covering him in a state championship or state semifinals, where Robert Williams was shooting threes all over the place. It was a very different Robert Williams than the Robert Williams we the Time Lord we know and love today. But another thing about that is if you do look at DeAndre Ayton, who would still potentially pose some of the same problems salary-wise long term, you'd have to very much be comfortable with that if you're New Orleans. But Willie Green did spend some time in Phoenix and was around DeAndre Ayton at some point. So it's that one does it makes sense. I still think, to me, Cleveland makes sense once they figure out where they're going to go with the Garland, the Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell backcourt. Once Mobley gets his extension, what does that look like for Jared Allen? I think that's probably something that New Orleans has kicked around for quite some time. If they can figure that out, to me, that's kind of where some things just kind of keep going back to. But Portland does, on paper, make a lot of sense, because if you have an extra center, and I know a team that needs an extra center right now, and they are definitely still looking for one, especially as the free agent center market is drying up a little bit more rapidly, I think, than what they thought, even on guys who could just come in and be, the 11th, 12th guy on the roster, as Yves Missi is still trying to be a project and not, getting thrust into action right away.
Yeah, I was about to say, man, we got Yves Missi on the right. He's the only listed center on the Pelican roster right now. I got Portland pulled up, DC, for their DeAndre Ayton. We know Donovan Clingan is going to be the guy, and we talked about the article with Scoot Henderson. Let's see, it said Scoot Henderson. Who was the third guy? Shadion Sharp. This was a tweet that came out from Dodson, who mentioned the core of Portland with Scoot, Shadion, and Clingan as the core. Now you still have guys like Denny Avajah, who was traded there, gives them that shooter. But there are
Avdajia. There you go.
Say it again.
Avdajia.
Okay, there you go. DC actually saying it. Thank you, DC, for that. All right, threw the accent out. I see you didn't put your accent in there. So Anthony Simons.
I don't cook with that, Q.
I hear you. You don't cook at all, man. All right, Anthony Simons, Jeremy Grant, all these guys are rumored to be in trade. They're in trade rumors. DeAndre Ayton as well. So Portland sending some guys out here. Wendy and the other guys I mentioned, Robert Williams as a possible trade chip because of his locality. He's a guy that comes from the state. Could he be a guy? Now, DC, if healthy, Robert Williams is a guy that does fit Willie's switch all defense. He does. Now, you would have to kind of, in terms of the contracts, you would have to kind of use him as a filler player. He'd be one of the guys that you put in there. But he's definitely
What you mean, man? You know who Robin Williams is, Q. Come on now. Let's not kid ourselves.
Robert
Robin
Williams.
Williams is Larry Nance. But fortunately for us, the moment that Willie gets to overusing Robin Williams, he gonna get hurt. Hopefully it's not a major injury.
Oh, don't say that, man. Come on, man. We can't put that
And then
energy.
we got Eves Meese's right there
Come on, bro.
to take those minutes. We still would need a starting center, so you can't just get Robert Williams. But if the Blazers are, let's say, the team in the third team deal, right? I wouldn't be mad at them just snagging up Robert Williams. What is he making? He's probably not making a whole bunch of money.
That's what I was saying. You would have to.
He's from Louisiana. Like, why not, man? We keep him here for three years or so. See how it goes. You never know. He might bounce back and have a better back half to his career. He was off to an excellent start with the Celtics before he had all those injuries.
Right, he was awesome with the Celtics.
I think they would have won the championship the first time they went if they had him.
I agree big time. 4 years, $48 million. DC is his current agreement, according to Sport Track. So he makes about
Larry Nance money.
2 years remaining, 12.4 this year. Next year, 13.2. So there you go. So about
let's say we could pull our guy Wendell Carter Jr. for some of the picks they give us, or one of the picks they give us, and maybe we have a shooter from somewhere. I know that's probably what Orlando will want, but maybe they're just happy with the pick. You move off Brandon Ingram and you got $27 million in return. You still got $10 million in cap space, because Portland should have the cap space to eat some of his salary, I would think. And they're shopping Anthony Simons and Grant. So maybe we take one of those players with Robert Williams, reroute them, and maybe Orlando would take Anthony Simons, and we just come back with picks, Wendell Carter Jr. and Robert Williams. I know they would love to have a scoring point guard, and honestly, as good as I would feel about doing something like that with Orlando will be scary with Anthony Simons, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. Because that's really all they missing is like a real shot creator from the perimeter, maybe point guard. I mean, he kind of fit that, man. I mean, you would like to see more of a facilitator over there for him, but they got a guy like Anthony Black on the bench that I would try and sneak and pry away from him if I could.
I told
that plays excellent defense, and he has it's almost like a more upgraded version of guy we traded, man. Offensively, he's a little better than him. He's better than Dyson offensively, but he's really good defensively. What'd you say to do with the wig?
Man, how you forget Dyson Daniels that fast? We just traded him. The guy.
He's not on the team, Q.
Okay, there you go. DC just forget you.
He's not on the team.
He ain't on the team no more. Forget his name, right? Just leave.
Nah, man. I mean, it slipped my mind for a second. But Dyson Daniels,
right?
Can't forget Dice Spice.
You can't. Dyson was a good up. Atlanta got a good one right there, man.
He's a good dude, man. I think he still has the potential to turn into something nice, given the right conditions. If there's somebody there to help him work on his confidence, whatever that may entail. If he can get his confidence together, I think Dice can figure out the offensive side. I think he has enough skills to be like a 3-and-D wing eventually, with some pass facilitation abilities. I think he can beat that. But for him to be a point guard, especially over there in Atlanta, I don't know about that. You'd have had to throw him on like a garbage team that ain't trying to do nothing, and he just got a ton of minutes and got to experiment for him to be a point guard at this point.
Yeah, it's a good move, DC. I think Dyson Daniels, big point guard, defense already there. He did have that one game where his confidence was a thing, and you saying like if they can work on his confidence, I think his confidence is fine. You know,
I
like
don't. I do not. I
well,
do not.
come on,
Do you watch the games,
hold
Q,
on,
offensively? When
hold
we
on.
watch them defensively,
Can I
the
finish
boy
my
be scared to do anything on offense.
yeah,
Don't do that.
can I finish my thoughts, sir? Can I
When
finish
you
my
say something that makes sense, yes, you can.
can I say what I got to say before you start rearing off on your crazy pineapple talk thing? You start
Ain't
doing
no pineapple talk.
okay.
That's the truth. Put the tape on and look
Before
at
you
it.
start, hold on before you start going off of this crazy pineapple talk that you
Ain't
like.
no crazy pineapple talk. That's from watching the tape.
No, hold on. Dyson Daniels showed your ass after we said that one game he came back off of injury. Let's put some contrast on this, man. Put some
No, he was still scared
hold
offensively for the rest of
hold
the
on.
season.
When he came back, no, he played better. Is what I'm trying to say. He's still a young player. DC, goddamn, you goddamn, brother. I mean, the dude played.
Him being a young player don't have nothing to do with
Hold
confidence.
on, brother. It has plenty to do with it. He came back off the injury. He was trying to get back in
Man,
his.
hold on.
Hold on, DC. Damn, bro.
We got Dyson back in the Atlanta trade.
No, hold on. Let me finish my.
Wait, no, I'm just asking. Did we get Dyson back in the Atlanta trade?
No, man. Come on.
All
All
right,
I'm
I'm turning my listening ears off. I don't need to hear this shit. You can talk to the family though. Go ahead.
oh yeah. So you don't hear the truth. Oh, you got the truth, but nobody else do. Is that how it work? Is that how it go, DC?
I learned from one of the best.
Oh yeah. Who is that person? Could you us? Never mind. Don't even worry about it. All right, so let's move on, man. I ain't gonna waste time with DC on that, man. Let's go to the next interview right here, man. It's about 6 minutes long here. It's from Chris Haynes, uncut. Him and Mark Stein, I want to say. Let's listen to what they had to say here about the Pelicans. Here we go. Y'all put one in the chat if y'all can hear this one.
Because it just doesn't look like he's going to get the number from the Pelicans in an extension that he was hoping for, and that naturally is going to open the door and increase the chances. And then I think Brandon Ingram, who is a player both you and I have reported about quite a bit here in the last several weeks. The expectation only grows that the Pelicans would move him before the start of the season. Again, exactly where that has not revealed itself. That is not yet clear, but it's reached the point, to my knowledge, that on Ingram's side, it's become apparent that the Pelicans are not going to offer him what he was hoping for in extension talks. So I think even from Ingram's side, there is at the very least exploration of what the trade options are, because it just doesn't look like he's going to get the number from the Pelicans in an extension that he was hoping for, and that naturally is going to open the door and increase the chances of a trade. And then I think Brandon Ingram, who is a player both you and I have reported about.
All right, so that's the talking point right there about BI. We've discussed this before, just giving more context to
Yeah,
the right.
I probably shouldn't have dug that one up, man. He ain't say
Oh,
shit
come on.
that
Well,
we didn't already know.
yeah.
Nothing.
Well, I mean, it's good to hear it again, though, to kind of verify or kind of fortify the points, though.
There is one more thing floating around there that don't make sense at all, Q.
That's
Huh?
it. Let's hear it.
They're now saying that the Atlanta Hawks have interest in Brandon Ingram. This shit would be funny as hell, bro, wouldn't it? After we traded the Dejounte Murray for what we got for, and then later they decide, oh, wait a minute, we thought about it, and we heard what our fan base was saying, and
explore it.
they start threatening our season ticket sales, and we think we might have some interest in who you want again, Akamu, and
I mean, is it him?
I mean it would have to be Clint Capella and Akamu, and we would have to get, I would say one of them picks back, probably the Lakers pick, I would think something like that. Or we give them 2 pick swaps instead of 2 picks. But I don't see, like, if we giving them Brandon Ingram, why would we have to do all that with the picks? Because the
Oh,
deal was done.
well, it wasn't done until it's done. Today is supposed to be the
But
day
but
it's supposed
but
to be at.
that could be bullshit though, man. That could just people
It
be
could
speculating,
be.
because they were not interested, and then all of a sudden they're interested. Like, what the? I'm starting to think this shit is like interest in the United States, man. Everybody got a little interest out there. You know what I'm saying? So because it's all this interest going around, and we didn't give everybody credit, so it would make sense that everybody got interest in our player.
Not correction. Willie Green gave everybody credit, so that's different.
He's the financier on the team, Q.
No, actually, that's David Griffin is the financier on the team,
Oh,
and he
he's the
does.
president. He's over Willie, but
Yeah, right. He tells
Willie run around doing all the legwork.
exactly. That's what he's paid to do, to be the leg man, the middle man. But anyway, yeah, this is Paul Reed up here. Paul Reed, they signed. This was a report that the Sixers signed Caleb Martin, and
Paul Reed out.
yeah, he took lesser, and Caleb took less money to go to Philly. And when they signed him, they put Paul
That's
Reed
crazy. He passed up $60 million, I think, from Miami, huh?
on to get out. I don't know what was going on with that, but I guess he was saying to everybody, "Man, listen, all money ain't good money." So
Jimmy wore all that crazy shit and painted his nails, man. Caleb Martin said, "Yo."
One time, DC, and that was early in the year when he took them. He did
Didn't he
one
play a
time.
game like that though?
He didn't. I don't remember playing again. Maybe I know it was maybe one game, but I remember he did that for the team pictures, and then he had that crazy punk rocker look for that happened. Like you see Paul Reed's photo right here. That's the team photo that he had for the entire year. But that guy didn't pop up for the rest of the year. He kept them behind closed doors. But in the end, Miami, I mean, did do some things, not a lot. But every time if you got Eric Spoelstra, you got a chance. So Paul Reed's out there. He could be another cheap option for the Pelicans to have a hustle player like him. DC Paul Reed's a good big that can help you out. A hustle guy, 7.6 boards a game, 6'9", 210, strongman game, has some skill, man. So we talked about cheap bigs. Paul Reed's a guy the Pelicans could look at in free agency. We talked about Daniel Theis could be another guy, 6 points, 4 rebounds, 6'9", 250, strongman, hustle kind of game for you. So there are a couple of options for the Pelicans to go out there and get bigs to help out and fortify the second line. So they're not even close to starting level people, but these are key reserves that can come in and help you, defense, around the basket, stuff like that. But man, it is really interesting to see just how the Pelicans moving forward, trying to find the right pieces to go along with BI is so convoluted, man. It just gets complicated every day as
You
new
think
teams.
it's with Bi, or I mean, is it with Zion
I don't. What you
and
mean?
Willie? I think it's Willie, and I don't think they're trying to find the right pieces to go with Bi.
Well, I mean, I think the idea is to see if they can get get what they would perceive as good value for Brandon Ingram, like get a player or players back that can help the Pelicans. Like if they can get a starting big and maybe a key reserve and maybe a pick or two, they can see that. I know 2 first rounders what they're looking for, maybe to get back for Brandon Ingram. And we talked about this. What would be perceived as good value for Brandon Ingram? 2 first round picks, a starting level big, and a key reserve. Is that good value? That sounds.
I think probably a little bit more than that. Like a pick swap too, or if the starting player is like a first round talent, are you talking about like somebody under that all-star tier?
That's the big. So that would be well, if to fit that DC, the only bigs that you could possibly reach to get like that would be a damn. Then the contracts would have to kind of match too, and to a degree.
Depends on the team with the contracts. Like if you're
Right.
talking about like a Detroit or the Blazers, I think they can
So
take his money as is right now.
hold on, DC. Let's do this. Let's narrow that down because that's a good floor to stand on right there. What you just said there. We talked about that before of what is a fair trade for Brandon Ingram. Now, what players, if they're looking for a starting level big, which bigs that are currently on the trade market fit that description that what we just said? What levels of that? What player fits that? Is it Wendell Carter Jr., DeAndre Ayton? Which guys that are on the trade market right now fit that description?
Both, but DeAndre Ayton, it would have to be like damn near 3 picks because you're doing them a favor. 3 to 4 picks, you're doing them a favor, man. Unless you picking somebody else off their roster you want that you can reroute to open up more salary or something. Like you getting Anthony Simons with it too, then obviously take them picks down. But DeAndre Ayton and Wendell Carter Jr. I mean, those two. Is there anybody who fits the narrative better than those two? Just for the sake of what we're talking about. Robert Williams, you can say him too, but him alone,
Nah,
Okay, Robert Williams and what? But yeah.
That's the thing, like, because contractual would have to make
Now the
sense.
praise Yah says Zach. What? Oh, why did I read that? Never mind.
Zach Collins? No, not Zach.
No, he said Zach Collins next to Zion. Come on, man.
Oh yeah.
For Brandon Ingram, bro. Like
I don't
Zach Collins and what? The Spurs are stingy. They're not giving us 3 to 4 picks with Zach Collins, but 3 to 4 picks with Zach Collins, sure, bring him over. I'm a little nervous about trading Brandon Ingram into my conference, though. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
not exactly like football, but I don't think a basketball team would do that either.
Nah, I wouldn't do that unless you giving me a treasure trove.
Hell of a deal, man.
Yeah, that's the only reason that I moved beyond within my same division. Hell no.
You got to get them the Lakers treatment, bro.
Right. Unless they're giving me a treasure trove of things that's lining up for Brandon Ingram for me to do something like that.
Jay Carvello says a Kongwu. Sure. If the Atlanta rumor is true, but why would Atlanta want BI after saying they didn't want BI? That would, even if they do want BI, and they gotta make it seem like they don't want him because they said they didn't want him. Like they would look incompetent to turn around and say they want him now. It'd just be really weird.
Well, they could be lying, DC. You know how that go too. We talked about
Well,
that.
yeah, everything's posturing right now. So yeah.
So yeah, but the only guys that I can really think of currently that are in trade is Wendell Carter Jr., who's very talented, but the most he's played during his season in individual games in the 6 years he's been in the NBA is 63 games. Then there's DeAndre Ayton, who can do the job. He's a bit of a basket case. And and the guy had mentioned on the report about Willie Green and him being in Phoenix. And although he's a big talent, he's a 7-footer that runs the floor really well. He would be awesome if it wasn't for that. So I mean,
missing one.
Who you
still
missing?
got one.
Who is it?
What two? Brook Lopez.
Oh, get the hell out of here, man.
Hey, you saying guys that is up there in the talks. Q, come on.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Amen. Says Brook Lopez.
Kessler Walker.
Okay, I go Kessler. Okay, I'm cool with Walker Kessler. I'm good with that one too. But let me see if I can put him up there. But I thought you trolling on that Brook Lopez.
Nah, Brook Lopez, they're shopping him. Forget
I know.
this.
I won't waste my
first-round pick at $24 million. Go, come on, send BI over here to Milwaukee with Dame and Giannis and help us build another super team.
No, hell no.
It worked with Drew. Can you help us get another ring, please?
I think they were smarting up on that, DC. But Walker Kessler's another dude.
We'll send you back Chris Middleton and Lopez.
No.
Q thought about it.
There's nothing to think about. No, we're not doing that. So see how difficult it gets though when you start lining them up down the line
And
and
he
saying,
forgot another one, Q.
"Come on, make it make sense." DC, not Brooke Lopez, man.
They had to
Duke.
give all the names, man. You ain't give what name you gave.
I'm returning that Dyson Daniels bullshit you threw at me earlier in the show.
Vucevic from Chicago. They want him out of there.
Are you saying that correctly?
That is another name.
What's his first name, DC?
Vucevic.
What's his first name? That's his last name.
Oh, I don't know his first name. I know the name on his jersey. Vucevic.
Damn, bro.
I don't remember his first name.
Nikolai.
Oh, like Nikolai Tesla. Oh, okay. Vucevic.
Nikola.
Nikolai Vucevic.
Nikola
Or
Tesla.
Nikola.
Nikola Vucevic.
Nicola, Nikolai, all the same.
Nikola. No, I think it's a little different at DC. I think it's a little different, brother. I don't think it's the same. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a little different there, my brother. All right, let me see here. Let me see.
Buddy Lexxah Vucevic center from the Bulls and Zach LaVine plus a first round pick from Chicago. Come on, man. We can't take Zach. Zach LaVine making $43 million. What you talking about, brother? That can't
Man,
happen.
they would have to literally
And
get rid of
Vucevic making $20 million. Come on, man.
DC. They would have to literally give 2 first round draft picks to get us.
They got to give them. They would have to give up Bi and CJ, and I'm not doing that for Vucevic and Zach LaVine. That's crazy.
Yeah, man, this is crazy, man. Very interesting how this is going right now, man, with the Pelicans. I can see why DC it's taking such a while to kind of get these trades together because you're pinpointing a big and then you're trying to make it fit and you need a third team to facilitate a deal. So I can see why it's taking.
If you play the rest of that Windhorse interview, because I think I sent you 2. There's 2. I sent 2, but he speaks about a lot of teams obviously want Bi, but the fact that he wants a max is what's turning everybody away. There's not a lot of teams that want to pay $208 million to Bi because of the new CBA. The things that's gonna happen will get taxed into
DC,
the second apron where it freezes picks for you.
Right.
And Bi never plays 82 games. So
and the thought process is a lot of these teams don't see Brandon Ingram as a number 2. They see him as a number 3. That's also what a lot of
in my opinion, he'll be a horrible number 3. Everybody says this, but
that's what they're saying.
Bi would not be a very happy camper as a number 3, and I think he would cause dissension among the teams because a lot of the teams, let's be honest, a lot of teams you send him to, he probably would be the more talented player, being a number 3. Unless you send him to certain teams, they got guys out there better than him. You say Bi top 40 player or something like that. But depending on where you send him to, man, I don't think that'd be a good idea. Like, why would he want to be a number 3 in somewhere like Charlotte? You know what I'm saying? He's one LaMelo Ball injury away from being the number 1. And if you try to make him be the number 3, I don't think that shit would go over well.
Yeah.
Even I know he ain't going there, but a team like Orlando, Bi is not gonna settle to be a number 3 in goddamn Orlando. He would play behind his brother Paolo, I think, and be the number 2 to him. And it's like, okay, this is a better version of Zion situation, But you try to push him in front of push Frank Warner in front of him. Like, come on, man, this dude is not better than Bi at this point right now.
That's right.
But it's you hear stuff like that and it's crazy. Sacramento, I think he would be okay being number 3. He got to be. You know what I'm saying? The Bulls, which how the hell could he be number 3 on the Bulls?
I actually think, I don't know what
Atlanta, as much as I don't want to say this because I would like to just, trade him and move on with our life and do whatever we're going to do. That would be a horrible situation to make him the number 3. So you're going to put Jalen Johnson in front of Bi and Trey. Jalen Johnson in the future, like I said, may very well be better than BI in the future. He's a very promising young player. He's not better than him right now.
But
He
DC,
fits better. You
you
know,
missed
Trey
the
Murphy's not better than BI right now. He fits our team better.
it's four. Johnson plays the four. BI can play three. They can play at the same time.
No. They can play at the same time, but I'm saying far as if you made BI the number 3 option and Johnson is the number 2.
So you think
That shit
Johnson?
ain't gonna go. No, I'm
John?
just saying hypothetically, brother.
No, I'm saying if
I
you.
mean that might be what they if people are considering him a 3
But I'm saying,
instead of a 2.
listen to what you're saying. If BI gets traded, let's just say hypothetically, using this basketball pineapple analogy that you're giving us, let's say that he does go there, and Brand the only.
I don't like the extra spice you put on the end of that. But
Okay, I'm
continue.
sorry. I apologize.
It don't mean shit, but continue.
Please, can I finish, bro? All right. So listen, all I'm saying is, if you traded BI there, he realistically the only guy that he would be second to would be Trey. If they keep Trey, I mean, it wouldn't be Johnson. It would be BI. BI would be the number 2 option, right?
Some people believe, especially in the Atlanta Hawks sphere, I read stuff from other teams that he's supposed to go to, and you know, man, it's unbelievable. You know the mindset of what's out there about Bi, man. It's just crazy. All because there's this narrative that he can't shoot threes. For some reason, Brandon Ingram is DeMar DeRozan. I don't understand it. I know that he had some down years shooting threes since Willie
Yeah,
came, but before that, we seen him shoot like 6 threes a game, like
right.
2
Exactly.
years. Like he can definitely do it. It made him at a high clip, but you know, we
I
don't
don't.
remember stuff past a year or so ago, so it never
And,
happened.
and the playoff performance is not lifting up his stock anyway. That the playoff performance, him coming up
What did your source tell you about Bi, man, and how he performs after injuries?
10, it usually takes 10, and we know this, and but like I was saying, they were saying it usually take 8 to 10 games for BI to look like himself after injury, and they were absolutely right.
And
So
he played exactly 9 games, I think, after his
it
injury.
does. If you look at it,
But he did
it
look
takes.
pretty good in Sacramento, so I think that is like, okay, well, you can do it in Sacramento, you can do it.
He just but you gotta look at it. Certain teams he cooks on, and Sacramento, the Pelicans destroyed Sacramento last year. They wiped them out. It was just that's one of those type of situations. Like our Achilles heel right now is Orlando. They just are a bad matchup for the Pelicans. How they were constructed last year. Last year were able to just walk right through Sacramento. It's a similar thing, but the Brandon Ingram chip, man, like it's very interesting. And let's listen to this, DC, because this is the other one you sent me right here from Wendy Windhurst. Let's finish up on this, and then I'll play.
We're going to Wendy's.
We're gonna play the other one. I got one by Antonio Daniels. I wanted to play about his thoughts on the Pelicans acquiring DeJounte Murray. Here is Wendy. Y'all put one if y'all can hear this.
It's that he is a poster boy for the new reality in the NBA, which is you cannot have a max player not playing like a max player. And that sounds like a pretty basic terminology and a pretty basic rule that you would always want. Like, what team wants to have a max player who doesn't play like a max player? Well, there's quite a few of them, actually. Like, let me give you a classic example. Michael Porter Jr. has a max contract from the Nuggets. When the Nuggets gave him that contract, they knew he wasn't their first or second best player. They were comfortable with him being their third best player. And, with hope that he would grow into it more, but like they gave him that contract knowing that. Andrew Wiggins, a few years before that, when they gave him that contract, they weren't sure he was ever going to be like a perennial all-star. But it was like, okay, we're going to bet on him. It's very hard to do that with this new apron environment. Like, you cannot have, I talk a lot about the third salary. If you have 2 max players, your third highest salary, you got to be real careful there, because if you have 3 max players, you really are really squeezed. Those 3 maxes better be kicking tail. Like with where the 76ers are, Embiid, Maxey, and Paul George better be awesome. And, with the way Ingram played this last year, and he was good 2 years ago. He was injured a lot. And that's the other thing. I'll point this out too, Lopez. Ingram has missed an average of 25 games. Well, I guess maybe it's not 25 because some of the seasons were shortened. He's played an average of 57 games over the last 7 years. He misses games.
Yeah.
For a bunch of different reasons. He didn't have a great year last year. He was good. He shot 49%. He averaged 21 points. He shot 36% on threes. Like, he's good. Like, he's a guy who can be a point forward, distribute the ball. He put the ball in his hands. He's actually better that way. He can do a lot of things, but he didn't have a good year and he missed 18 games. And it's just right now, it's not on the palette for teams to trade for him when everybody knows that he and his very powerful agent are going to want a max. And so it's not that Ingram isn't desired as a player. It's that they don't desire the circumstances, especially in this moment in time.
All right, DC, that's a lot right there, man. See, and that is I'm fastly realizing that is the high opinion on a lot of these executives about Brandon Ingram. Now, we've had Brandon Ingram here in a Pelican uniform for a while, and we know BI could play. We know BI has that ego when he just forgoes what the team want him to do, and he just started doing his own thing, turning the hero ball. Incredibly talented, but that's the overall overwhelming thought process on BI, like it or not, as far as executives go. And that is a big part of what's going on too, man. I'm fastly realizing, like, it's a talent thing, but the money thing, it's a difference there between where he sees himself and where the NBA execs who holding the money see him being. So yeah, and it's a lot of love of what Philadelphia has done. I found that out. A lot of these executives that's been watching the money, dealing with these new rules in terms of the aprons and all this kind of stuff, they're loving what the 76ers are doing from a contract standpoint. So, I mean, it's very interesting to see how it goes. So,
The 76ers say, look, they going to put their damn apron on and cook. They ain't worrying about it, bro.
That's right. That apron,
ain't worrying about it.
It can give classes on this stuff, man. You see what the Pelicans did. Pelicans went out and got a cap and a strategist to help them craft agreements together. And a lot of this stuff starting to happen. The Pelicans tied up into deals. They're trying to offload contracts, people out that makes sense while trying to build the team. So, man, this is very interesting. And the Pelicans, hopefully they don't get too desperate to try to force a trade. If nothing's out there, you got to do what you got to do until something happens. But the overwhelming thought process is, if you don't get these players out now, later on into the season, it lessens your chances of getting a good value. So that's why you see the Pelicans doing as much as they're doing to try to fill around and get three teams involved in trades to off this, that, and the third. It gets really complicated very fast. So go ahead and DC, thoughts on what Wendy said.
I mean, I agree, but at the same time, it's just hard, bro. Like, you're looking at Franz Wagner. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you're looking at Scotty Barnes. And it's like, so BI ain't worth $208 million. If they worth $270, you got to take in consideration age. You know, you look at a guy like who's somebody else that's got a crazy contract. Well, Zach LaVine would be a bad example, but you know, Zach LaVine, if he doesn't get hurt, I think similar to Bi. You know, it's a guy that could possibly be an all-star every year if they don't get hurt and have these spots during the season where, you know, everything's off. They coming back from injury. It takes 10 games, like you said, and he looking like crap, and then he gets it going again. Then he might get banged up again, and then it take another 10 games once he, you know. I don't know, man. It's just the way they throwing money out. Emmanuel Quigley got $187 million. You know, I get it, and I really agree, because I'm looking at it from the standpoint of us. Like, he's not worth $208 million to us, hell. But there ain't no team out there that's willing to give him $208 million. Like that's the part I struggle. Like nobody's willing to do it. I don't agree with that, and I don't think it's necessarily that he doesn't deserve $208 million. When you look at some of the other contracts that's being handed out, we about to turn around and give Trey Murphy somewhere in the neighborhood of probably 150, 160, 170 million. You don't know what his contract gonna be. Trey Murphy isn't on Brandon Ingram's level right now. He probably will be. He's a better fit for the team. I want Trey to start over Brandon Ingram, but he's not a better player. You can't get buckets like him right now. So it's just very weird. Like trying to get him to understand that. So I see the dilemma. And I see why it would be a dilemma. I don't think it's a case of BI being delusional. Just look at the contracts that's being handed out. Isaiah Harkenstein had a nice little run in the playoffs, man, and he turned that into $87 million. This is a dude who was playing on the bench
Yep.
pretty much the whole year.
Yep.
So it's like
Crazy, man.
I get the dilemma with BI and his agent, but even with all that, I don't think we should just give him $200 million. That shit ain't work for us.
Yeah. Very interesting, man. It's a major problem. We got this is a current picture DC sent of this Trey Murphy to the right there, bulking up. So Trey trying to get ready for the start of the season, man.
Starting center, Q.
Nah, duh.
Look at him. Look like a baby Dwight Howard. No legs, all chest.
Yeah, Deontay Wilder thing going on. It's like a
that boy skip leg day every time.
Every day. The hell with the legs, man.
They say never skip leg day. He skip leg day every time.
That boy,
look at him though, man. Trey looks solid, man.
Trey, you trying to
he
get
looks solid, bro. He look like 225, all muscle.
Getting it together, man. Shout out to brother Trey, man, getting ready for that payday, man. That's what he doing. All right, DC, I got one more for you, brother. This is right here from the Fox side of things. Chris Broussard. Shout out to Chris. This is AD on their show, man, talking about his thoughts on the Pelicans landing DeJounte Murray. We talked about this last week and the week before about DeJounte Murray's addition and what it means to the Pelicans. The fact that he's a floor general that solves a lot of issues for the Pelicans. But let's listen to what brother AD had to say. We go.
Love the fact that they acquired a league on. The Pelicans' biggest struggle down the stretch last year in the last 4 minutes of game was understanding time for situations, where the ball needed to go and how to get there. And DeJounte Murray eliminates a lot of those issues, along with the fact that he has first-team all-defense capability. You put him alongside someone like Herb Jones, Zion Williamson, possibly B.I. I love the trade. And the fact that you got an opportunity to acquire someone with DeJounte Murray's skill set without touching a starter, right? Without touching B.I., without touching Zion, without touching TJ, without touching Herb Jones or Trey Murphy, without touching your core.
I like it a lot, too. The one thing I feel like is they lack some three-point shooting. Ingram, he's okay. He's not great. DeJounte's gotten better, but obviously not great. Zion, obviously not much of a three-point shooter. Do you think that that's something they'll try to add, and that's something they need to add?
Well, the thing is, CJ hit 200 threes last year, and DeJounte Murray hit 200 threes last year. So obviously that's not what DeJounte does best, right? That's not even what CJ essentially does best. But I don't – how much three-point shooting is out there? I feel like shooting is the most valued asset in today's NBA. But it's not a lot of it out there. That's why you got Trey Murphy. You got Herb Jones, who shot 40% from the three-point line. So the shooting is there. The thing that I'm interested to see is Larry Nance was the backup center. He's in Atlanta. Jonas Valanciunas was the starting center. He's in Washington.
Right.
So there's a giant hole in the middle.
Well, you mentioned like Herb and obviously Trey Murphy. Like, do you think they start small or maybe the rookie they drafted? I don't know.
And I'm with you there. And I'll say those same 3 words. I have no issue saying I don't know. I have no idea. But the thing that I do know, it's a lot of the summer left. You know what I mean? So we have to see how this roster looks come training camp time.
All right. Shout out to Chris Broussard and his Fox show, and big ups to Antonio Daniels, who, man, AD is always calling it like it is, man. He's 100% right. And this will help with the Pelicans, DC, that 0-23 thing, where we just look confused.
We got to pause it for a second, Q. We got some breaking news.
Let's hear it,
Sent
DC.
to you. Breaking
Let's go.
news, man.
Breaking news.
The San Antonio Spurs
All right.
are trading
Uh-huh.
Devontae Graham in the 2nd round pick to the Charlotte Hornets.
Hey,
It took us 4 second round picks. They traded 1 to get rid of him, Q. Just 1.
That's terrible.
It's the same contract he signed with us. But it is a year or 2 less on the deal, so you can understand.
So we took
Devontae Graham and traded him to San Antonio for I think 4 second round picks. San Antonio took Devontae Graham, sat on him for a year or 2, and traded him to Charlotte
for 1
for a 2nd round pick. So they got 5 second round picks from David Griffin's dumbass move. You can't make this shit up, bro. This is crazy.
They sit here and say all this
Man,
shit.
San Antonio, whoever in their front office, bro, they should trade stocks and crypto and all that shit, man. They just know how to get on the deal and when to get on and get off, bro. This is crazy.
All they need is a brain.
They turned Devontae Graham into 5 second round picks.
All we need is a brain, dog. That's all you need, man.
Bruh.
You just gotta have a brain, brother. Know what you're doing, man.
That's the biggest Pelican news of the day so far, bro.
Man, that's crazy, man.
That's insane, man.
Spurs trading Graham in a 2nd round.
That's insane, man.
We basically did a full circle. We picked him up, kept him for about a year or 2, traded him with 4 seconds.
It is expiring, Neil. You're correct.
Spurs, and then packaged him and sent him back to where the hell he came from for 1. So that's 5 second round picks.
No, wait, hold on. We forgot something, Q. We used the 1st round pick to get him. God damn. Oh, man, play the Kawhi, dog.
That's right, DC. We took a 1st round draft pick to get Graham from Charlotte. And then
it don't get no worse.
Bro, hold on, DC. Let's recap this because that's funny what you said. It took 1 1st draft pick for us to get him from Charlotte, 4 to send him to San Antonio, who then takes 1 to send him back to Charlotte. That is awesome, bro.
But just left his ass in Charlotte, huh?
Bro, I tell you, man. Well, I mean, at least you can give him, DC. At least you can give him credit for trying. How about that? Let's give him credit for trying to improve the team. How about that? All right, how about that?
He did have that 1 Hail Mary shot.
That's the lone highlight. Yes, that
will forever. All jokes aside, that shot will be forever shown in Pelicans history.
Yeah, it will.
Forever.
But you know what?
We do have one long lasting memory out of it.
Come on with
and
it.
Graham did have some periods, man. He was so goddamn streaky. He had some periods, man, where he played at such a high level, you thought it could work out. It wasn't like a Eric Bledsoe situation. So I have to give him a notch up over Eric Bledsoe.
All I can say is that ain't saying the damn thing. Because all I'm saying is if my lasting memory I have of Devontae Graham as a Pelican is the fact that his mother told him that Jose Alvarado was going to take his damn job. And boy, if mama don't lie. that, and he didn't do shit to stop it, and Jose sure enough
I
took
don't know.
his
I
job.
think she had the wrong parenting style for the wrong kid. She might have had another son, like an older son, that might have worked on him. I don't think she should have told Devontae that, bro. Because
It was
after that, it's like he
he
just
went downhill.
played completely down to
Yes,
let Jose take that spot, man. That messed his confidence up when his mom told him that, in my opinion.
she was trying
Because
to opposite effect.
before Jose started coming along, he had a lot of good games, bro. We thought, we was like, okay, he gonna eventually get the swing of things. He's a little streaky. He wasn't playing like super duper horrible, right? But you did see some things that you didn't like. You're like, man, you gotta take Devontae out right now. That type of thing. But boy, when Jose got on his heels and Mama said that, everybody started repeating that shit. That pressure, he just collapsed under that pressure, bro. That was just too much for him, bro.
Yeah, that was crazy, man. When that's my last. And what do you guys? Let me ask the flock this, man. Y'all tell
It's
me
the,
what.
the Utah shot for me is because I forgot about that. The thing that always pops in my head for me is that Utah shot.
Yeah,
That was
I give
crazy.
you that. The Utah
That was
shot,
crazy.
but which is probably the most popular moment of Devontae Graham's tenure here. But
His
to me,
career.
you're right. Well, I don't, I'm not gonna say
I
for
mean, he
his.
had some big moments in 2019, but
I'm not
other
gonna.
than that,
I'm not gonna say his career because I wasn't on him like that prior to him being the Pelicans. I knew about him, but not on him like that. But in terms of what he did for the Pels, that's all I'm saying is that you mentioned that shot. That's true. But I think the when his mama told him, because how many people's mamas telling him, hey man, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, that other guy over there gonna take your job from you. And then boy, did she not, and it was like right as rainwater because mama wasn't lying. Jose Alvarado stepped in the building and took his job, baby, and had him. And Pelicans sent 4 first-round second round pick, excuse me, to San Antonio to take him. And then he had that one game against the Pelicans in San Antonio when he lit the Pelicans up, helped the Spurs get that victory. So I mean, he had that situation, and then now he's being sent back to Charlotte. So it's very funny how it was a big circle that happened with him going back to the East Coast. It's crazy, man, how the NBA life is, man. All right, so anyway, shout out
504 France is getting 270, bro. You need to add some more money on that, bro.
5 years, 224.
5 years, 270. It's
It
not
could be
224.
no DC. I think it maxes out at that. It could possibly max out to that. That's what I thought the
I mean,
report was.
he's not technically wrong. I mean, 224 is probably what's guaranteed.
Right. That it can go up to the 270 is what you're talking about. If I guess if he meets certain indicators, playing time and scoring and all this kind of stuff, it can top at 274 or something like that. I remember
274. I thought it was 270.
I think it was 270. Let me pull it up, DC. Let me stop guessing at it. I know it was up there, man. We've been getting hit with a lot of contracts and stuff lately, man. The numbers kind of get lost a bit with all these different
I
things.
don't know. We got to get busy though, man. The Spurs they got 5 second-round goddamn picks, bro. Like they coming, bro. They
269.
coming, just making savvy moves.
It's 5-year, 224 maximum rookie contract extension. And if
They can
why
go up to 269.
and go up to 269 with an all NBA team appearance. So yeah, 69. Yeah, Neil says 270, 269. We'll settle there.
Right. And
But
he said that's he connected that to BI. I'm guessing He said
well,
why I can't get the max? Yeah, you're right. You're right, man. You looking at Franz Wagner. Let's be clear. I like him as a player. Franz Wagner can't even shoot. He can't shoot. He'd have been in the league, 3 years? Still can't shoot.
DC got people that believe in him, that he
I
deserves
mean,
that.
they should. If he was on my team, I wouldn't want to get rid of him. He's a good player.
There
But
you
I'm
go.
just saying, he can't shoot. In what world?
On some reverse Jose shit.
It's not like he attacked the paint like Zion. And even Zion can shoot a little bit. I guess that's about good as Franz can shoot. Or you probably want to say he can shoot better than Zion, whatever. But he's a good defender. He makes intelligent basketball plays. I think he's like 6'9", 6'10". Plays an excellent role over there in the Magic. So I'm not trying to down the brother at all. But I'm just saying he can't shoot. and he's getting a contract maxed out up to $270 million. It's just hard to sell a player who's made it to an All-Star game already, that can shoot and do a bunch of other stuff and say they're not worth this or that. Like BI is only 26. He ain't even 27 yet.
Yeah, it's
Fred Wagner's probably what? People were like, oh, he's younger. Fred Wagner's what, 24?
22.
22. Oh, he's 22?
22. That's how
Okay,
you,
that's excellent. I can see the potential. They're paying on potential. I get
and
it. I thought he was a little older than 22. I thought he probably went to college 2 or 3 years.
well, he shoots 26% from downtown DC. So there you go.
That's excellent. That's excellent.
While scoring almost 20 points in the game, 20 points a game.
He plays at the wing and he shoots the 3-ball like a center who take one every other game.
269, baby. Come on. Yes, that's how I go.
Sign me up. Sign me up. I'm too good for BI, but sign me up for that shit.
All right, shout out to James O'Connor, man. Thank you, James O'Connor, man, for the Cash App. Much love. Appreciate you, fam. Shout out to James O'Connor, man. Appreciate the Cash App. Big ups to you. That's JLJ. I see you, bro. JLJ 504 HD. Shout out to you, fam. And this is a super chat here about DA on the hot seat. So yeah, we got 2 broadcasts going on at the same time. Sports Coma is live stream as well as Pelican Postgame Report. That's my twin over there on the Sports Coma.
What the hell is Big Q? What type of foolishness you got going? So you didn't put Will Guillory over there, bro?
I don't know what you're talking about, DC. All right, so shout out.
So now you got amnesia.
I don't know what you're talking about, DC. That's
Will Guillory is. Shouldn't he be over here on Pelicans Postgame Report?
We're gonna get brother Guillory on the stream, brother. So I don't know what you're talking about.
He's already on the stream right now.
Or DC? That's you calling yourself?
He's talking Saints.
Oh, okay. Okay. So he's in the chat right now. You saying?
You said your twin. You said your twin over there.
I didn't say nothing about Will Guillory being my twin. Will does not look like me, brother.
Everybody know that, bro.
I'm one of a kind. Okay.
Okay.
Unlike
you just happen to be doing. You just happen to be doing the show while you're doing this show, but you're one of a kind. Okay.
It's called technology, DC. I know
lying ass.
You don't use a lot of it on the island down there where you come from.
Be a great lawyer because you lie. You lie well.
I'm just saying, brother. Technology is the ultimate equalizer, brother. I know you don't use a lot of it down there on the island, but we use it here in the States. Let me just let you know that. All right, so big ups to the fam. Appreciate y'all chiming in up there, man. Listen, we're about to cut DC off with this crazy pineapple talk. And welcome.
You going crazy? You're doing 2 shows at one time talking about technology, all this shit that you just said you had a twin, and then you think we not listening to you?
Who says Will Guillory?
You got a white shirt on over there, you got a blue shirt on over here. What's going on? That's technology?
It's technology. Now,
so you didn't change your clothes? You got AI doing your show?
All I can tell you straight up is that DC look more like the Marley family than Will
Man, I gotta go check this show out, man. I gotta go see what iRobot talking about, man. Let me turn my listening ears off of you. Let's see what iRobot talking about over here with the Saints.
Right, DC with the pineapple talk. All right, big ups to you guys. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. Please feel free to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We in here representing the Flocking Nation. Stand up, Pale Nation. We in this thing talking Pelicans on a Saturday, man. So big ups to you guys. Thank you for joining us. We're gonna open up the lines of communication for the family members to chime in and give you their thoughts on what's going on with the team currently. What do you think? What are your thought processes on what's happening with Brandon Ingram? And we asked this question, we kind of answered our way, but what do you guys think about Ingram insofar as would it be a good trade? What in terms of his value to you? What do you want to get back for Brandon Ingram, which would constitute a good trade to you, for you guys? What would that look like? Please put it in the chat. Let me know what you guys think about that. As the Pelicans, you got to give them that. They're doing everything they can to go over and find teams that are looking, and there is still trade teams that are willing to trade pieces. It just depends on which way you want to go at this thing. We know DeAndre Ayton is on the table with Portland, along with Robert Williams. Anthony Simons is listed as that with Portland. That was something that was thrown out there. Sacramento, I think, is off the table. The Hawks are still on the table. The Spurs are trying to get involved with something. And there are going to be other teams once everything kind of solidifies today. It's supposed to be the day where we know exactly when these trades are concrete, they become more concrete, and then we can move forward to find out what we need to do. But the Pelicans, man, they've really got a difficult time trying to figure out what they can get in terms of trading BI and getting good players back that can help the team going forward. They have not made a move since the DeJounte Murray trade and trying to find a starting level big. Several bigs, we've already pinpointed them and talked about them that are out there. I mean, in terms of starting level bigs, we talked about Ayton, we talked about Kessler, we talked about Vujusev, I think is how you pronounce his name. We talked about a few bigs there, man. Robert Williams, I don't think he's a starting level big. This guy, Robert, at this point, more than likely is a guy that can come off the bench. He has all those issues with his, I think he had low extremity injuries, I think a knee or something like that. Usually when a big guy gets a knee issue, man, that's a killer right there. But yes, we do have Paul Reed's a chip option, a free agency chip, depending on how the Pelicans want to look at it. So quite a few things the Pelicans have to do to kind of solidify the second team going forward. We've already talked about some summer league roster as well. So a lot going on in the Pel Nation, man. It's taking a while. So Big E, we'll just have to see. All right, shout out to you, buddy Lee. I see you, fam. Appreciate you, man, for being here as well. Pelicans noticed as DC got conked on the head by a pineapple in Jamaica. Indeed, he do. DC be talking kind of crazy.
Nola, you are not well traveled. They ain't got no goddamn pineapples in Jamaica.
And DC got some at his house. I put a picture
Costa
up.
Rica, brother.
DC, let me tell you something. This Will Guillory nonsense. Shout out to Will Guillory, man.
Yeah, you Will Guillory, man. I just went and watched that show. That's definitely Will Guillory over there with a white shirt on. And you let him borrow one of your hats. You ain't slick.
Okay, so DC.
I ain't never seen both of them in the same place. You get them on the show. Then I might believe you.
Well, I don't know what to talk about, DC. So there you go.
Big Q is Will Guillory. It's just you with a mask on and you recorded that show. Okay.
So I promise you that DC looks more like one of the members of the Marley clan than Will Guillory looks like me. We'll put a goddamn poll up in the stream about
Put
that.
up a side by side with you and Will Guillory.
I put up a side by side of you and
hold up, I'm gonna find a picture and I'm gonna send it to you.
Nah, I'm not gonna put it up. I don't know what the hell you sending it to me for. I ain't doing it. But I'm gonna find a shot of DC Bob Marley. I guarantee you'll lose that. You'll win that damn poll, DC. You'll win that damn poll. All right. So anyway, man, let me do this, man. Shout out to the fam, man. Listen, there's a link pinned to the chat, man. Enough of DC and this crazy pineapple talk. There's a link pinned in the chat, man. If you guys want to support the stream by basically just becoming a channel member, with that's available, that's an option available now. The link is pinned in the chat as well. That helps support the stream. That helps support us doing more broadcasts and continuing to build the Pelican Postgame Report, which has just been doing fantastic over the last several years. Like I said, fam, #1 independent, longest running. Let me emphasize independent, baby. #1 independent. And remember, you must, and this is not an option, this is mandatory, you must support your independent channels, especially the ones that's telling like it is. Don't just buy all into the corporate people. There's a lot of corporate people out there. Support the independents. Don't let the corporate people take over. Support your independents. That's how you stay strong. That's how the message stays strong. That's how the people voice get out there, because anytime corporations get involved, they water it down and turn it into whatever they are. So if you want to help us keep the message strong from the flocking nation, hit the link and join as a channel member. We'll put it up into the community section of the page as well as PPR representing. All right, so shout out, fam. All right, Pelicans, Nola telling it like it is. DC was the lone banana called. Yeah, that's DC.
Whoa. Pause. Nigga, you gay. Stop that.
DC.
When
Stop.
you doing that? On to the next one. That's whoa. That's too much, dog. I don't know what's going on in your head, Pelicans. No, you need to chill, dog.
Hey, bro, stop, man. What you talking? What you doing?
I'm just saying that's a little suspect, dog.
DC, buddy, stop. What you talking about?
I said he.
I lost it.
Man,
All right,
I don't.
all right, DC, shut up, man. What's wrong?
Answering that shit.
You done lost it.
Who asked a question like that, bro? Like,
Let's
come on,
move
man.
on. Chill out, man.
That's
Let's move.
crazy, bro. Just stick to pineapples and coconuts, bro.
All right. So anyway, man, let's keep it going. What's wrong with this guy? All right. Yeah. DC. What's up with the P. Giddy talk? What's going on?
Yeah, that's what he talking about. Homie need
my
to say no Diddy after that or something, bro. He tripping.
All right. So anyway, let's let some of the family members chime in here. All right, DC.
Oh, what a jokes, but damn.
All right, DC done lost it. All right. So anyway,
losing, man. Well, you know.
All right, DC, damn.
I'm just saying, I don't want no more of them, man. All
right, I get it. All right, chill. Chill out. I get it. I understand. All right, shit. All right, so anyway, let's keep it moving, man. All right, fam, we about to pin the message in the chat, and I want you guys to kind of chime in. And listen, fam, we won't be having a long, drawn out stream today. We'll let some family members chime in, say your message, say your thoughts on.
We got an important question, Big Q from Black Order, man.
Okay, yes. So can I just finish saying what I'm saying before you cut me off, brother? All right, so shout out to you guys. Like I said, I'm about to pin the link to the chat so you guys can chime in today. If you want to help the stream and become a channel member, the link is also in the chat. You can scroll in the chat, find the link to become a channel member. It helps the platform remain strong and independent. That's what it's all about, baby. About being independent, keeping it and telling it like it is and keeping it real. That's what it's about. All right, so that's pinned in there, man. If y'all want to pop in, chime in, here's your opportunity to talk Pels with you guys. All right, so anyway, shout out to the rest of the fams up here. I know DC be wilding, man.
No, I ain't wilding. That was a wild ass comment.
All right, DC. Now, what's your question, bro? What you was about to say?
Man, my man Black Order got a question. Go ahead and deal with it, bro.
Okay, it's the all the information about that, my brother, is pinned in that link right there to give you all the information. You get the loyalty badges, as early access to new videos, member shout outs, member only live stream, stuff like that. That's some of the benefits of becoming a PPR faithful member. So all that it'll be in the chat. So like I said, doing all of that stuff, videos that nobody else sees except for you guys, engagement, stuff like that. So yeah, all that information is pinned in the membership. And I think it's only one membership right now that we're not doing all this extra, all that stuff type membership, but this is like for PPR. So big ups to you guys. All right. Thank you for the question there, brother. Appreciate you. All right. Big ups to everybody, man. Good to see you in there. Neo, Brian, Buddy, shout out to Pelicans, Nola, DB. Who else we got, man? Timekeeper, shout out to you guys. Good to see you. 504 Cole, State of the Pelicans, brother Moles, who just popped on there. Everybody, man, give me a go Pels, and I chat, much like Cold Chilling. I see you. Cold Chilling and that, just laughing, man. Having good fun. I'm glad y'all having some fun, man. Chilling. Man. React. What's up, Quinn? Let's see who's that there. Ken Quandis, how you doing, brother? Terry, good to see you. Clint, I see you, brother. Brother Derek, how you doing, brother Derek? Man, good to see you. How you doing, fam? Appreciate you. Praise Yahweh. Raymond, good to see you. Michael, who else we got there? Everybody, man. I don't want to leave nobody out. Black Order, Young Killuminati. Big ups to everybody. J Carv, I see you, fam. Appreciate y'all being in the stream. Y'all hit the like button. If you're on Twitter or X or whatever that you call it, please feel free to retweet. If you're everywhere else, hit the like button. All right, Brian, I see you, Brian. Shout out to you. And Ninth Ward Larry. Shout out to Ninth Ward Larry as well. Good to see you. All right, we got our first person. Yeah, brother Moles chilling in the. Brother Moles, how you doing today?
Good, fellas. What's happening with y'all?
Chilling.
Who's and Mo's.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. I'm in the ATL this week. My son playing that travel baseball, so I was trying to get in on y'all before I got to get in that ballpark and sit in that hot ass sun.
shout out. DC need to
Yeah,
go. He needs some sun
You
up
gotta
there.
you gotta put your straw. You gotta put your big straw hat on, Mo's, bro. Get
man.
some Gatorade.
Oh,
Man, look. We've been out here for a minute, man.
Mo-
We got tents and everything now, man. We passed the straw hat.
say,
All right.
Most
Yeah,
take DC, but you need some sun, bro.
shit. You can get all the vitamin D out here you want, man. Yeah.
All right, Mose, welcome to the screen, bro. What do you think about the Pelicans moves, man, or non-moves? What you think the Pelicans should do? Are you in agreement with it? What you think, brother?
I think I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel kind of optimistic right now because we didn't put Griff feet to the fire, right? So he's been hearing all of this stuff, so he's trying to make moves. Now I still think, man, in my opinion, Portland got all the centers, man. We got to go over to Portland and try to shake one of those centers away. See, the issue that you're starting to have with the new agreement out there right now is when you got a guy like CJ who may be your third or fourth best player, and he's making $33 million next year, man. That kind of hamstring you a little bit, right? Because now you really can only have two max guys on your roster, and then you have to fill everything else, in from there, right? So. I think the move to be made is you got to go. I mean, when you think about, look what's out there right now. Unless you want to try and go to somewhere like Charlotte and maybe shake Nick Richards away and go really cheap at center and then try to add more depth at other positions, maybe on your wing, or maybe go get a backup point guard. So man, there's a lot of options out there right now. A lot of options. I hear you guys talking about Devontae Graham. I don't want to laugh and go backward because every situation is different. Even with the salaries, right? You look at Brandon Ingram. I think Ingram is a better player than Wagner, and Wagner just got that max deal. But the difference is the situations. Ingram is with a team that no longer want him, right? They want to get rid of him. Wagner's with a team that wants him, right? So the perception is, okay, when I draft a guy in the first round, he's still young, first contract, and hey, I got to max him out if he's a decent player, right? So Ingram is in a different situation. His team won't give him the max deal, and nobody else wants to give him the max deal. So basically, man, it's not what you're worth; it's what you can negotiate, right? So, like I said, I think to me, I need to go and get me a center, some type of way, some kind of, because he doesn't have to be a star guy, but a guy that can rebound and play a little bit deep. You know what I'm saying? Can dunk the basketball, maybe have that vertical spacing that we talk about. An athletic guy, but for the most part, hello.
Yeah, go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, for the most part, I think Griff got to be patient right here because think about it. Ingram is the best guy that's left on the trade market right now. When you think about it, because DeRozan getting ready to sign with the Kings. So when you talk about winging, we know this is a wings-driven league, right? So I think you just got to be patient and somebody's gonna come give you something that people think you're not supposed to have. Because think about it, Mikal Bridges. I don't know if he's that much. I don't know if he's a better scorer than Brandon Ingram, a better basketball player than Ingram. But we have this perception out here right now where we think Bridges is so good. Man, Bridges is a catch and shoot guy. He's not. He doesn't have a floor game. He doesn't pass the basketball. He's a 3-and-D guy that I think is a little bit overrated. Brandon Ingram can do more on the basketball court than Mikal Bridges can do. Now we can sit here and listen to national perception and all of that, but think about this: when Ingram is at his best, Bridges is not the type of player that Ingram is. And everybody's trying to lowball Ingram because they're trying to get him for nothing. Man, Ingram will go to the right team. That's why I don't want to really trade him to the West. Ingram will go to the right team and become a monster, man, a different kind of animal. So that's the other thing that you got to think about. There's a lot of different factors out there that the Pelicans dealing with, but I would definitely try to get me a backup point guard to go along with in this trade some type of way. So if I can do a multi-team trade or whatever, I know you guys were talking about maybe if you Simons and what is it, Robert Williams or whatever, and then you can go on and Simons is a good piece to have to move somewhere else too, reroute somewhere else in the 3-team.
Orlando.
Yeah, because Orlando need a guard that can score like that because they don't have a guy, that can score from the perimeter because he can shoot the basketball. So, I mean, you guys talk about Wendell Carter. I don't know, man. He just don't do it for me, man. Something ain't right. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather a guy who's maybe a mid-level guy that all you expect him to do is rebound and make layups. Get it off the glass.
You don't think
Than a
Wendell
guy like
Carter
him.
could do that?
But I think you got to pay him too much. You still got to look at your pay structure, right? And then
He $11 million for 2 years, man.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to feel good about it, man. But shit, man. I mean, I don't know, but that's one I believe he one you mess around with, but you don't wife him. You know what I'm saying? You don't wife no
True
chick
that.
like that. You know
True
what I'm
that.
saying?
True that.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the way I look at that. Now it's your mindset, right? So, but like I said, I still feel good about what we're doing, right? But we got to get a center. Our center only needs to be a guy that can give us 8 and 10. We don't, because I feel like Zion and Murray. If we keep CJ, Trey, we're gonna get enough scoring from the rest of those guys. So we don't need all we need that guy to do is be able to go and grab us 3 offensive rebounds a game and 7 defensive rebounds and just be in that dunker spot and catch a couple of lobs and dunk a couple of putbacks. That's all we need out of the center spot. When you other than Embiid, nobody runs their offense through a center in the NBA. Am I missing something? Think about the teams that were in the finals, the top teams.
No, but you want a center that can shoot when you're thinking about actually contending and winning the championship. Going into the playoffs, man, a lot of those guys that can just run and dunk and block some shots, they get played off the court. So it's like
No, they don't. DC, look at Dallas, man. With those, they didn't have any shooters in the center, guys. But what
I
they
didn't
were
say I
doing,
didn't say I didn't say all of them. I said a lot of them, not all.
Good cleanup,
But
DC.
you look at Minnesota, they was having issues with Gobert over there, man. So for every situation where you probably can find one that you say worked, you can find 2 or 3 others where it didn't. I mean, if you got somebody that's athletic and they can switch all 5 positions, which I think Lively can do a little bit of that, then you in a different conversation.
well, I mean, that's why I don't really, man. That's why I don't really like Wendell Carter because I don't think he's a switch guy.
He can. You
You
gotta go
think?
watch his you gotta go watch his tape moves. I done seen him switching. Now I ain't gonna act like
But he
he
don't
is not
rebound.
he ain't
He don't
Jonathan
rebound.
Isaac, but
He
he
don't
can switch.
rebound. But he doesn't
The only
rebound.
reason I looked into that too. Wendell Carter can get 10 rebounds or so a game. You got to look at their front court, who they got. Most they got 3 other centers that they putting a couple of them in the rotation. Then you got Franz Wagner who like 6'10", and then I think I might be missing somebody else. You got Paolo. Like they got a
Well,
bunch
give
of
me the
big
trade.
guys
Give me the
in
trade.
front of him that can all rebound. So
Give me
it's
the
like
trade. What would you trade? What would be the trade?
we don't have a trade for Orlando other than a pick or sending them something they want through another team. So we're not trading BI over that directly. So I
So
say
would
like
you?
you talked about Portland and I talked about it earlier. I don't know if you listened on the show. I throw out a
Yeah, I've been listening.
hypothetical trade with BI for Portland. We take back maybe Robert Williams and Anthony Simons because I think he's on the trade block. Then you send Anthony Simons over there for Wendell Carter Jr. and maybe something else. You probably got to send us another player off their roster,
So
and
where
we
the
get some
BI
picks
go?
out. We get some picks out that deal either out of Orlando or you put Simons down and you take more picks from the Blazers and send the picks to Orlando or a pick to Orlando to get Wendell Carter Jr. Because I think you should be able to get him for a first round pick, especially a Blazers first round pick or one of ours.
But we can end up with some draft capital in this trade and be able to move somewhere else.
Yeah,
Because
but
think
who else
about
is available? Nobody's available right now. If we're trying to get a center right now, everybody's like trying to wait to see. And you know how that go, man. When you get to that point where it gets stale and everybody waiting to see what's going on, right? Somebody gonna bust out a move and that resets the market. And then people gonna move off of that. But do you want to be the person to bust out a move and maybe overpay? But
Why
we
don't you
could get a
why
good
don't
deal like we got for Dejounte. But go ahead, brother.
why don't you like Ayton,
Who?
DeAndre Ayton?
Oh my God. So many reasons. uh I'll start with the reasons I like him. I like DeAndre Ayton
I only
because
care about basketball, man. I don't care about all that other
he
stuff.
good. He
That
good
could
at
be a
he good at he good at basketball. He's good
Yeah.
at basketball moves. He can rebound. He probably could stretch the floor. I think you could turn him into a stretch big too.
Boy, he's a
The dude
20-point
is a
guy.
walking
he
he's
can
a
work.
walking
The
20
off
and 10,
court
man.
stuff. It's the off court stuff, man. That's the
No,
thing.
not just that. I don't like his contract. I'm
But
not interested in
but he
getting a
got 2
center.
years.
Well, it's still $34 million. Like that's tying our hands, man. I'm not interested in getting a center with that much money. Two, it's you could say it's the off-court stuff, but for me, it's more of his mentality. I look at him and all the shit he done been through. I don't think that dude give a shit about basketball. I think he's good at basketball. I don't think he cares. He won't do what he got to do just to keep getting his money. He's soft. He can be punked. I mean, he's just not really, to me,
D-
what I look at as a center.
But DC the man from the Bahamas,
For the
bro.
Pels, man. And then we got Monty Williams, who got along terribly with Aiden. And then we got Monty Williams Jr. over here. We're gonna have him play under. Unless there's this amazing relationship with Willie Green that I don't know about, then I'll be a little more on board with it. Especially
You
if we can
know,
get
you
the
know, you
contract
know. To me, you know who would be
feasible.
perfect if he could stay healthy. Man, I think Robert Williams would be perfect if he could stay healthy.
Got what knee
He would be.
issues?
He would be. Yeah,
Yes, man,
I
he give you
like
that
him.
vertical spacer. He give you the guy that can switch out on all five, and he can rebound and he blocks shots.
Yeah.
You know, if he
DC.
can stay healthy, and then the contract, then you most probably could do him and Miles Simon, for BI, because you got to match the money, and then now you can move Simons if you want to and recoup some more stuff because you don't need Simons on your roster because you're gonna keep CJ. You already got what's the boy Hawk.
Uh-oh, we lost
Lost
DC.
mode.
Yeah, we
What's up?
lost DC. Just to let you know, DeAndre Ayton from the Bahamas. Okay. All right. So anyway,
You can continue. I was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Go ahead.
no, it's not a other shoes. It's facts, bro. I'm just giving you information behind them, man. You talking bad about that brother like that.
I didn't talk bad about him.
Say the boy don't care about playing basketball, bro.
He don't care about playing basketball. He let a snowstorm stop him from making it to a game in Oregon where it snows all the time. Man, everybody else made it. Why you ain't ride with them?
He ain't have a snow
He don't
time.
care about basketball, man. That dude don't care, man.
Man, that boy, listen, bro. You
That
might be.
boy don't care, man. That boy, he like what that game doing for him, bro. He ain't worried about that shit.
Of course, he loved what the game doing for him. He making millions of dollars dunking the ball. He ain't.
He ain't worrying about winning. He don't come off as a player that care about winning. Maybe I should say that better.
Man, you don't think Willie has the ability to kind of turn that around, brother? I mean, seriously, you don't think Willie can help him with that? Give him that pep talk that
I
we're.
think Willie's some type of magical genie or something, bro. Like nobody's nobody's unfixable to Willie. Huh?
No, I'm just asking you a question.
Is Willie a sports psychologist?
Now you making jokes.
Maybe that's the sports psychologist I say we should get. That's
I'm
Willie
asking you
Green.
a question. You talking bad against a brother from the islands? That's number one. Number two, disparaging Willie. Talking about Willie is a magic genie. I just asked the question. Willie's philosophy is not to call you out, but to call you up. Do you think Willie could do something with the man? It's a different thing. That's a good question.
I don't know. I don't know. It's a huge question mark.
Okay, thank you for that.
It is
DC.
a very big question mark.
All right, let's go to the next one. 2K Nola, how you doing, brother? Welcome on in today.
Yo, what up? What up? This is Saturday. Feeling good.
Yes, sir.
What's happening, brother? Pretty good. How you?
I'm chilling.
Good, bro. Hey, you
What
I
you
see
got?
what you're saying in the chat, 2K Nola, about Wendell Carter. Make us aware about Wendell. We like Wendell.
2K Nola is one of the
See-
reasons I went back and really watched Wendell Carter because he was heavy on him. I said, man, let me go watch some tape on this.
Yeah, because you're talking about we have DeJounte, We have a closer, which we have problems with. We got shooters, CJ, Trey, Hawk. We got an enforcer, Zion already, and we got potential. We got potential. I don't think as we really betting on Trey. If you're really thinking about it, like we betting on Trey Murphy to develop how he's supposed to develop. But the only thing we needed was somebody who could switch and protect the rim now. And I think switch, protect the rim, rebound. And I think we get all of that with Wendell Carter because he the only guy I know don't have trouble with guarding Giannis, don't have trouble with guarding AD. So if you're talking about somebody named Chet that plays straight from 3 down, like he played the shooting spot first, then try to drive, then try to play the post. I think Wendell would be great. He is. And then his energy good. I don't think he have too many bad health problems. And he comes from a great defensive team. The Magic been probably top 3 in defense this whole year and last year with Jonathan Isaac and all of these guys. I think that's the team that we're going because they've been asking for somebody that can be a number 2 to follow. And who would be a better number 2 than Brandon Ingram? For them, they had to pay France all that money, and the money they've been throwing around. It's like we try to justify saying Ingram shouldn't get. He not worth that 50, but all the money that's been thrown around, the OG, Scotty, all these role type players that's not even there yet. It's like there's no argument with Ingram now on his money, and we ain't got it to pay him. So we need to go get somebody like a Wendell. People, if you haven't watched Wendell Carter Jr., just go watch this dude play. Like it's just like he like a taller Herb Jones, but he do it to finish. That's how he plays, and he plays a little bit. But the thing is, we ain't gonna need them for spacing because I know a lot of people like Russ Lopez because he can shoot the 3. But I wouldn't want nobody shooting no 3s if Trey, CJ, or Hawkins on the court. I only want to see that ball swing over to them and have them shoot. But if you talking about the defenders, that rim runner, energy, help, gonna come hard, come playing hard, whatever we thought Jackson Hayes was supposed to do, that's Wendell Carter Jr. And the only other person like that we might have a strike at getting, but you don't really know their real asking price is Jared Allen. And the only other aspect to that, well, I think we got an all-out move to go get, and I think we could get him, is Lauri Markkanen. He'll be interesting too. He only been paid $18 million. I think he's somebody that played. He only played like 30% in center this past season. I think you go all in for somebody like that because he definitely could shoot. He ain't really known for his defense, but he could block shots because it's like stuff like that. But that's somebody I would go all in for, Lauri Markkanen. And if that don't work out, he's a great asset to trade. But you're not gonna be able to re-sign Ingram, which you can keep him. It's just gonna cost you. And I think we in a decent spot, but I really don't see where we're going with the center position. I really don't see it. Like, other than going to get a Wendell or somebody like that, I don't see it. And everybody starting to bring up people like Paul Reed. A lot of these people, I don't really like the Paul Reed talk, but Paul Reed is a good rebounder. And I'm wondering if we would have re-signed Jonas, or we have had a chance to package Jonas with Ingram and send them to Cleveland, if that would have worked for us, because they wouldn't have been losing it. They still would have got a serviceable big, and they would have got that wing that they've been asking for, and that probably would have closed it out on Ingram a lot better. But yeah, that's my thought process on the whole situation. We're not in a bad spot. It's just like where we're going from where we at and what we have. And I do want to throw it out that I used to think that David Griffin was a bad GM. I don't think that. I think he did what he was supposed to do.
Oh, Lord.
Not just from the G. I'm gonna give y'all my just 2 minutes on why I think David Griffin did what he was supposed to do. Every person that the Pelicans had put in the front office or their roster was called on the first day to get moved somewhere. Every person that David Griffin put in here, Trajan, Fred, every last person that David Griffin had something to do with keeping and something like that. Najee, Jonas, all of them got called to come be serviceable to somewhere else. And I think that's a market doing something good. You had David Griffin come in with bad money, bad contracts, injured players, and try to do something sustainable while growing each year, and he done that. if you asking somebody to do, because you've seen teams like Clippers got their whole team and still not get a championship. Lakers got their whole team get one championship for 10 years of mediocrity. And you got people like the Kings who try to do it. I don't even think the Kings made the playoffs last year. But for us, we've been growing, we've been getting there. It's just that we wasted picks on Kyle Lewis, Jackson Hayes, Nikhil Alexander Walker, stuff like that. And we were just to say we was on those picks away from really dominating the league, to see people like Tyler Hero go behind Jackson Hayes. Little moves like that, I think David Griffin did what he was supposed to do. So I can't call him a bad GM.
Well, all right. Thank you, 2K. Hold on. I'm gonna let, I know DC want to respond. I want to respond to that. But first, shout out to
He's
Buddy.
going to respond first.
Buddy Lee Sr., shout out to you. Thank you for becoming a channel member for the PPR Faithful. Shout out to you first and foremost. Big ups to you. Wendell Carter, 6'10", 270. Pelicans Nola. And and 2K is right, man. You go watch the film on this guy. He could play. The only big concern about Wendell Carter Jr. is availability. That's the biggest concern. 63 games is the most that he's played so far in 6 years of being in the NBA in the season. And that is something that a lot of people are concerned with when you talk about Wendell Carter Jr., but he can definitely play the switch all thing. And about the Lauri marketing talk here is that, according to a lot of people, they're saying, rumored that the Warriors have a substantial trade package for the Jazz. And it according to the rumors, they're saying that the Warriors and Jazz have something going on that's supposed to be working out between to get marketing from the Jazz to the Warriors. So is he still on the table? We'll see, because a lot of people like Lauri marketing to the Pelicans. It just doesn't seem like a lot of energy is being picked up between the two teams as the focus is shifting to other teams. But you never know. A lot of smoke is going on right now, and it's a lot of fillers out there. Now DC, going back to the in 2K still there, the David Griffin general manager talk. Number one, he's not really the general manager. He's the VP, which he is definitely pulling the string. So we just the point of reference there. But I don't think he's sub 500 record under his leadership over the last 5 years. A ton of mistakes have been made with the Pelicans, a lot of wasted draft capital. You don't expect him to be perfect, but at the end of the day, I expected a lot better results than what we're getting right now. And the fact that you are tearing the core up. You ain't taking one player and trying to find another mix. You're getting rid of BI, who was in many aspects during this time was option one because Zion wasn't there due to injury. CJ McCollum was brung along to help the Pelicans in the playoff run. He disappeared in the playoffs. BI gets a lot of negative press because how he performed in the playoffs last year coming off of injury. And they don't preference that in a lot of these articles. They talked about how bad he looked, but they don't say he was coming off injury. It's crazy. But never say anything about CJ McCollum and how awful he was. And he was supposed to be the guy that was supposed to help you in that particular situation. And he didn't. He disappeared. So you have a difficulty kind of, moving those two players out, and you trying to bring in two new players to go along with Zion. That point of reference shows you that was a failure. I mean, you had a window of opportunity to do something, and it fell apart. You had three coaches here in 5 years. That's not a good VP in my book. What VP that's supposed to be good, who had 3 head coaches in 5 years, who had 4 centers in 5 years, 3 head coaches in 5 years, and 4 5 years? That's not a good VP. That ain't stability and all that old fluffy stuff that he liked to talk about. That's not good. Not in my book. That's what I was saying. When he didn't have a plan. When he came in here, he talked about making them sustainable and building a basketball family. Is basically a basketball cult. We don't need a basketball cult with a bunch of nice people. You're paying these people. Develop the talent and find the right people to come in. They would trade capital when Anthony Davis didn't want to stay. They had a package that came along where you could have built it correctly. Now we're looking at it in 2020, but at the same time, you can still look back in 2020 and find out what kind of grade would you give David Griffin. And he had a sub 500 record in over 300 games of being a VP. That's a losing grade in my book. So no, he's not a very good, not a VP, a good VP in my book. I'm sorry. He's not. And going forward now, he learns the team. Like I said, the team learns by scratching out shit that it messes up. Like you've seen Dallas and all these people during the season, they find people that fit the team to help elevate the team to go to another level. The Pelicans dealing with this, dealing with that. The Pelicans sit on their ass while people are hurt and, all this kind of stuff, as opposed to going out, making trades, doing what you got to do to bring people in to help. A lot of the talent that Dallas got, and when a couple of years ago, the Lakers got to help them move forward, was second round picks that they used to kind of get these guys to kind of give new life to the team. We're not that inventive when it comes down to that, especially in season. We'll do some shit outside of the off season, but in season, the Pelicans sit on their hands too much for me. And this now we're in a situation where we do have DeJounte Murray in the trade situation. And now the Pelicans are resetting the core opposite of Zion Williamson. You got to retool the bench because all your top bench people are gone. And like Antonio Daniels says, I'm interested to see how that's going to look. Valanciunas is gone, Larry Nance is gone, Dyson Daniels and all these other key second liners are gone. The Pelicans have to make moves to put this stuff together while other teams right now have pretty much got an idea what they got. So it's going to be interesting. But in terms of my opinion, but been watching David Griffin, I can't give him no winning mark and say that he's good at anything except for taking a long time to build a team the right way. So I can't give him no credit for that. Not what I've seen over the last 5 years. DC, you go.
Shit, you you took it all about David Griffin. I agree with majority of your points. So I guess I'll just speak on some of the other things the brother was saying. Because that's self-explanatory with David Griffin, man. I can't call him a good GM, but I think what he's been doing this off season is better. You know what I'm saying? It's better than what he's normally done. But we still got to get a center, right? So he has the opportunity to go ahead and mess that up. So I'm not so sure that we just could knock this out the park. That's why we're constantly here talking about it. That's why everybody's all excited and / anxious. You know what I'm saying? Mo say he's slightly optimistic. Everybody has mixed emotions about this because David Griffin can really mess it up. He's done it before. He makes a good move and then makes a horrible one. So not ready to crown him as a great GM. My man 2K Nola, but I like Wendell Carter Jr. like yourself, so I'll go ahead and talk about the positives of your outlook. I think that would be an excellent idea. He can switch off. We do have, that slight rebound issue with him, man. But I don't know. I don't think it is as bad as people make it out to be with his rebounding. I mean, I see in his first year with Orlando, I think he averaged about 10 rebounds a game. Was that second year? It's always been 8.8, 10.5, 8.7, and then this last year wasn't so good. A little bit alarming, but he was hurt. You know what I'm saying? I think we get him and we get somebody else off the bench like Mises. We don't know what type of rebounder he is. We got DeJounte Murray, who actually is an excellent rebounder from point guard spot. You have to think that Zion, especially with BI being moved, would come in with a different sense of urgency, and I think that'll tie into his rebounding, as well as Trey Murphy. Trey Murphy is getting better rebounding as well. So we've always been a team that kind of looks to group rebound anyway. I mean, you had Jonas down there gobbling up rebounds, and I think your idea about him including him with the trade package for Cleveland, it's a good idea, but in practicality, I don't think it would have worked because the money, man, the money is too much money. If we would have traded Darius Garland and Allen, then what you were saying could have been something. But to just trade BI and Jonas there, Jonas was making $15 million last year. BI is making 36, so they're gonna take on $50 million and only send back 20. I just money ain't really matching.
Nah, that was
Or
just the gist of it. Like, just get Ingram over there. Like they're gonna have to, of course, make the money up for that part. But I thought it'd been
I'm
a
not sure how
good
bad they
deal.
really want him. You really think Utah is hard up for Brandon Ingram. I think they'll take him because they need
No, I
somebody on
don't
the
think
wing.
so.
But
I think they're
I
trying to
don't think
buy
they're
him
in
out.
love with him.
So I don't think any team that's trying to buy them out is good to get Jonas. That's why it didn't make sense, Jonas or Ingram. That's why it makes sense for the Wizards to get Jonas because they want to control their picks, and Jonas makes them a little bit better than what they should be. If they want to get in on that Cooper, because everybody trying to get a shot at Cooper for that next draft coming up. So that would have made sense. I think the fact with David Griff though, like if you're gonna take a chance on somebody you saw his system work before, he bring it here, it don't work. You know, you can't do that. He was a guy that was heavy on veterans. Stan Van Gundy plan for how he presented it looked good. It looked good. Like, hey, I could bring this to your system. Y'all have trouble with defense. I'm a defensive-minded coach. He came in, that didn't work. And then he brought Willie Green. To be able to adjust, I think that shows some of the onus of, like, being a good GM. Like, I don't think he's bad. Like, I thought he was bad at first.
I got a question for you though, brother. Like,
David Griff?
Bro, that is not you have to have that shows no vision, brother. I mean, you go and get Stan.
you constantly adjusting. I can't give his
No.
best ability being adjusting. Like, you shouldn't have to adjust that much. It's great that you can adjust,
But the
but you
context
shouldn't
is you
always
adjusting
be
on a
adjusting.
budget. You adjusting with New Orleans. You gotta really convince people to come to New Orleans where they're not gonna get paid as much as they could get paid anywhere else. People don't really like the market.
You
They don't
missing
feel like
the
the
elephant in the
reputation of
room.
it not being
They
I
had
thought he was
capital.
trying
The
to
elephant
budget.
in the room was the draft. 2K
Oh,
Nola. It's not getting people to come here. We knew we would have to build through the draft. He
right.
totally fucked that up. That's what not
What
makes him a
what
good GM.
what pick though? Like which pick? Because if you think about how they were supposed to draft, David Griff can't predict Jackson Hayes not wanting to be a hard worker. You can't predict Kyra Lewis getting his ACL torn and stuff like that. That's just
Let me ask you this.
you know.
Can I ask you this? On draft night, when we traded the number 4 pick and we traded down to draft Jackson Hayes, were you excited? Were you happy about that? Because I don't know many people who were. Everybody was scratching their head.
Wait, what was the trade?
When we traded, we had the number 4 pick with
We did
Darius
have that.
Garland sitting right there. We had was the Hunter kid still sitting there? Oh, they might have no, Atlanta traded to get that pick so they could draft Hunter. So Hunter was still sitting there. Yeah, a lot of people. And when they traded down, you know what I said?
How many picks we got? How many picks we had? Got 3, right? 3
We
first
got
rounders for that?
8 and we got 17, which we drafted NAW. I wasn't too beat up about the NAW pick. I was like, okay. I wanted Tyler Hero. I thought hopefully he could drop the 17. But when we traded down to 8, you know what I said? I said, man, if we get Brandon Clark and we're able to get something, we might be all right. I wanted Darius Garland. But if we get Brandon Clark, we might be all right. And we drafted Jackson Hayes. And I was like, who the hell is this?
You know why?
And
though?
then I learned that he just learned how to play basketball. I said, this is horrible.
Because you know why he did it, right? Because you can't have that expensive pick at number 4 and still have a roster that's trash. No matter if we would have got Darius Garland, we wouldn't get into the playoffs. So David Griffin tried to cover all grounds. You tried to cover the center position, which you needed. You needed a better
No.
bench.
I can't
So you
give you a
traded
bail
it.
out
You
there
traded
because
it.
if you're looking forward, you had to know Drew Holiday was going to want to move at some point. You had to look at Lonzo Ball's injury concerns. We needed a point guard right after that.
But that's
And we've been
after the
trying to find a
draft.
point guard ever since then until we just got DeJounte Murray. And
And I
on
don't
top of that, we needed a center. And we still don't have a center.
we had good centers come through here though. We had Steven Adams, we had Jonas, we had who came before that? We had a few good centers come through New Orleans.
Yeah, you had a bunch of them. You had
Cousins
4
had
or
a
5
bunch of
years.
them.
Yeah, you had 4 and 5 years.
That tactic we was taking was not working for this team.
Why
It
none
wasn't
of them
working.
don't work, 2K?
I'm serious, dude.
Because it's not about having a good point guard or a good center. It's about who's smart enough to play the game and help you win.
But this is
why
part
when
of
we
being
played
a
against-
GM. You're supposed to be able to find players that fit that.
Yeah,
on the
it's
first
not that
swing.
easy. It's not that easy, especially when you can't get people in free agency. The Lakers would be like, hey, we need a spot, and people would want to go there. So
Come
you
on.
fighting bad budget
Well,
concerns. You fighting a market where
what about
nobody wants to go.
OKC, man? Where all the free agents lining up to go to OKC?
They had got 8 picks for Paul George.
Bro,
Okay, well,
You
all the
can't draw
free
that
agents
up
that's
no better
lining
than
up to
that.
go to Orlando, we can
And
just keep switching it up and naming other teams.
They got Jalen Williams at 12. You get Josh Giddey, you flip that. You get Shai
bro,
Gildress. You get somebody with
they
a
Okay.
price tag, man.
but,
You flip that.
but
Oh,
Chris,
okay. Let's say I give you that. What
They
about
got way
Orlando?
better picks
hold
than
on,
that.
DC, hold on.
What about Orlando?
Guys, shut up.
Orlando.
Hold on, Chris. Just a second. Yeah, guy says this is a good sum up right here. Guy Incognito says Griff has pissed away almost all of our assets we got from the AD trade and the Drew trade. The fact that being traded for absolute junk to the Kings made me ready to go ballistic. I hear you liking David Griffin, but I'm just keeping it $1.15. When Griffin came here, I was like, let's see what he can do. He didn't come here with the cupboards bare. He had draft capital. He had the AD trade that went through.
Who was number 2 behind OKC, Q, in
I
draft
know,
capital.
I know that, and it's not like those guys you mentioned, Chris, fell in their lap. They went out, scouted these guys, had the system mesh with them, and they found the correct players with the correct mentality. Because if you were on your game, you seen Jackson Hayes. Jackson Hayes wasn't like somebody that was just like a chameleon. You didn't know what you was getting.
That was obvious, bro.
That was a bad move to get him in the top 10. You do your research on these guys. You talk to people the same way OKC did it. You supposed to do it the same way. These guys are not luckily making picks. They're doing their homework. They're picking the players that with the right mentality, with the right skill set that fit their system. And they hit on it all the time. It's a template. Anybody could do it. The Pelicans did not do that. When in a stand that shows you that David Griffin, one of the most glaringly bad things that David Griffin did is when he made the charge to go get Stan Van Gundy, who hadn't coached in flipping years, who was done with the game of basketball and was on NBA TV doing commentary work. He hadn't coached in years. Prior to that, he was the GM of their tandem people team up, being scared to picking people like Stanley. What's the dude name? Stanley, whatever his name was. We had him, that bum. So we had this guy came here and pulled Van Gundy out of his ass somewhere. And it was so bad, the man lasted 1 year before you had to go and get Willie. And by the way, you couldn't afford to go and get another coach because you were still paying Elvin Gentry. You were still paying Van Gundy after that 1 year of failure. You had to find a cheap coach. That's why you ended up with Willie Green. And then they were so cheap, Willie had to take on Stan Van Gundy's assistant coaches because the Pelicans didn't want to fire those guys, so they had to pay them. So a prerequisite of being a coach came with you taking all of them assistant coaches on your team, and Willie took it. So yes, I'm blaming that's not a good VP does stuff like that. He comes in there, he should automatically knew. I knew it, and most of the people that filed the Pelicans knew that Elvin Gentry did not deserve an extra year. Delvin Gentry was a one-way coach. He was an old coach who only knew how to talk about offense and preached offense. He didn't have shit for defense. So you'd be scoring 130 something points a game and giving up 132 and losing. So, I mean, everybody knew this. That guy did not do his homework is what I'm saying. He came here with a faulty resume, thinking like he was what was the record, DC? He was like 178 and 101 in Cleveland. And then he comes in here and looks like that. A lot of that was LeBron James, bro. Come on now. He pissed away a lot of. I got the damn draft cap. I got the picks that's on the screen right now for the Pelicans' entire draft history on the screen. So, I mean, it ain't no argument with me, bro. I mean,
I just want to say this too, K. Nolan. You could go ahead and reply, bro. David Griffin is not a good GM because he's the vice president of basketball operations. He's not even actually the GM.
Yeah, I said that.
What's the asking price for Ayton? Because they got 3 centers over there now. They got Rob. They got the new dude they just drafted.
I think they probably pay you to take him. You probably could get a pick out of them just to get off of him. They definitely don't want him. So he ain't hard to get out. I don't think he hard to get without BI. You don't even need BI to get Aiden, in my opinion.
I
think
mean,
they probably just want to move him.
what's his money, DC? 30-something million?
$34 million.
And
That's
he's
what
on
I
a
don't like about him.
I mean, if you give you
For
could do
how
a straight,
long though? For how long?
it's
2
2 years.
years.
Yeah. So it's like 60 million over the next 2 years. But
So
you
you
can
get rid
actually,
of BI to replace BI at pretty much his current contract.
that's
With
pretty much
center.
it's a straight up swap like that because the contracts make sense. They are close where you can swap out BI for DeAndre Ayton, and perhaps you can maybe get some picks or something else like that to facilitate. Like you said, they'll add a pick in there. You can do a straight up with them if that's your man. The only issue is, like we talked about, he got a weird.
Not a bad player, man. Just
No,
mentality is all screwed up.
right. That's the thing that's really interesting. Is just all the other stuff outside of basketball for DeAndre Ayton. You question DC, and I'm just picking at him, but he questions the motivation of DeAndre Ayton, and he's not wrong to do that. All of the off-field, off-court stuff that he got going on. Will he be a cancer in the locker room when you really don't need him to be? I mean, this is questions a lot of people answering. The Robert Williams thing was cool when he didn't have all these knee issues, but usually, and I think he got his issue. He banged knees with somebody. I think it was who he banged knees with, another big somewhere. And he banged knees with somebody, and he had to have some type of surgery on his knee. He'd been suffering with that. I mean, it makes sense, but like I said, man, that's a huge gamble to send BI out there. And I'm pretty sure they'll give you a draft pick to go along with him if you do it straight up without a third team. It's possible. It does feel the need. It gives you a stellar big that can move. He a lob threat, got a tremendous offensive repartee, rebounds. He's a double guy easily. Man, he's a severe upgrade there, a legit 7-footer. So he makes sense that way, but man, all that other stuff, man. But like I said, I like Wendell Carter Jr. a little bit better, but a lot of people kind of bounce it back and forth between these. I don't think Larry Marketing is a factor, to be honest. I think Larry Marketing is more than likely off the table for the Pelicans, and we're kind of looking at the rest of these are the guys that are potentially rumored to be available. In Ayton and Wendell and how you pronounce his name? Vucevic.
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 What
Yeah,
you get Vucevic,
what's his
man? You got
asking
no
price?
S in there.
What's
Shut up,
Vucevic's
DC.
asking price?
Sad. Got no damn S.
What the hell you became a language coach, DC? What Tosh at? Yeah. Go ahead. What you saying?
Somebody got to carry the weight while you butchering that shit.
Well, you butcher people names all the time.
And I catch slack for it. So here's your turn, mister.
What's the asking price on Vucevic from Chicago? Because if they get rid of DeRozan, then it only makes sense.
I mean, I think he's cheap, man. You probably get him a second round pick. Or you probably could just get him as a throw-in. I was thinking like if we did the Sacramento trade, right? Hypothetically, which is probably not gonna happen now. You just give them that shooter. What was his name? Herter. You give them Kevin Herter. You get Vucevic. Easy.
I heard that. Well, I'm not high on him. A lot of people get paid though, so I was thinking about. I was gonna say Nick Claxton, but I just saw he got a new deal. But I heard the Nets still trying to make trades.
Yeah, Nick Claxton coming here and making the same money as DeJounte Murray. $20 million is like, okay, but when they get to like 25, I think that's kind of like
Right.
for a center.
100 million 4 years, 25 million a year.
I mean, Aiden is actually a better player if you're gonna pay that type of money. You get the full package with Aiden. He can do everything I think Nick Claxton can do.
Yeah, but you still
probably not as good defensively, but he's still not bad.
But you can't talk about DeAndre Ayton without talking about the off-court stuff. That's that. If he didn't have that, that was like, man, let's go get DeAndre Ayton. He's available. Let's get him. But you thinking about it because of the motivations and the off-court stuff. It'll be a huge.
If he didn't have that, he would have never left Phoenix. Phoenix would have never let him go.
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So he's there because of what he did to get out. And some people say maybe he just wanted to get out because he didn't like Monty Williams. They ultimately did get rid of Monty Williams. He ended up going to Portland. He still did the off-court stuff that makes him shaky. He did have some situations going on up there in Portland. So how would he feel coming to New Orleans? Would that make his motivations? Would it remotivate him or turn him into a different player? All of that stuff is just like, it's a major gamble to me to do.
I would be more interested in getting Nikola Vucevic over DeAndre Ayton, bro. You got a guy who can shoot the three ball. He had a severely down year last year. Some people say he's getting old, falling off a cliff, and all of that. I think a couple of years of this guy will give you enough for the offense to be pretty good, and you have a chance to pretty much find or develop your center of the future. If you feel like Mises is that, you give him about 2 years, because that's all I think Vucevic's contract is. And he's a guy can rebound. We ain't got the rebound concerns like Wendell Carter Jr. This is actually who Wendell Carter Jr. was traded for. He's a guy that can stretch the floor. I'm a disregard his 29% this year. I think it's more of an off year, but it ain't like he's Larry Markkanen or nothing. But I think he's actually better than JB at the three ball, in my opinion, just what I've seen over his career. He is older, so he's like 33 or 34, so you ain't getting a whole bunch out of him.
Yeah,
but
DC.
you gotta get another center too to pair with him, because it ain't a sure thing. But I think he fits really well in our starting lineup. If this is the best we can do. And we probably still can pull this off, sending BI somewhere else. It ain't like you got to give BI, get this guy.
Now it
You
won't be
figure out the best draft compensation you can get for BI. You move him there. Maybe you don't get the players back you want, but you get the picks you want. And then you get a guy like Vucevic. I think this is an excellent backup plan. This is one I probably would keep if we can't figure out anything else. Who wants BI for just picks? And you do that. But obviously, there's better deals to be had. So,
but DC, this is a good suggestion. I got to give you that. When you have good suggestions, I always give them to you. Just like I say, when you're talking crazy, I'll just label it as such. But this is a good suggestion because Vucevic has 2 years remaining on his 3-year deal at 20. Then next year is 21. So I mean, and the guy could play. Now he's been in the league for 13 years. He's in his mid 30s. But in 2 years, you're thinking that $20 million, you would think like Misi should be ready to contribute full time in 2 years, and you get good production out of Vucevic in those 2 years. So yeah, he can hit the three. He is a skilled big man as well. But how really well does Vucevic fit in the switch all Willie Green approach? Because that's a part of it too, trying to find the right big to go along with Willie's system that he will actually play and not just decide to Valanciunas this man.
Do we have any luxury concerns with that move? And I think we should still look at not only just getting a center, but maybe somebody to back up Zion.
Luxury concerns.
Like, are we over the tax right?
To?
Are we over the tax right now? Are we close to it or what?
We are like, I think it's like 200,000 over the tax or something like that. It's a small amount of money. I think we're over the tax. And depending on how they structure this DeJounte Murray deal, which is why it was supposed to play out, because you had July 6th as the day where some of those implications of his salary wouldn't be impacted by us. He had these bonuses that's supposed to be paid by Atlanta. Definitely a bunch of different factors. We have the ability to take Jonas and add him as a sign and trade. I heard a lot of talk about that happening. So that's $10 million that you can absorb from the DeJounte Murray contract to get you under the tax. There's ways that we could construct stuff and still, like, I guess, technically re-sign BI, keep him, and still go be able to at least sign a center and fill out our roster where we could free up 12 to $15 million and still be under the tax. So I don't think at this point right now the tax is an issue, depending on who we bring back.
Yeah, it's definitely a little.
So you could get DeAndre Ayton and make it work, and then we probably got a TPE we can use for him to lessen some of that money too on the cap. So
I got a question. How the Celtics got all this money? I think they got 2 players that get paid more than the whole roster.
They at the second apron, man. They don't care about luxury taxes.
Right.
They don't
They
care.
paying.
They paying money. They don't care.
Yeah, and the tidbit on that too, DC, to
The
drop
Suns
it. The
too. The Suns are
players,
going in that same direction.
the Boston Celtics also, they got the ownership trying to sell that team too. So maybe they're trying
Well,
to
I
make
mean
them.
that's a
They're
good
trying,
business move, bro.
right. See, so they making the team look pretty good while they looking for a suitor to buy the team. So I mean, it's buying a championship team.
They might to make billions
Yep. So,
selling
but
that team.
that's a different world they playing in, isn't it? It's a different
But what
world.
I'm saying, I thought there was supposed to be a cap. Like you can only pay players a certain amount of money, and they've been paying. I mean, they whole front five get at least $100 million.
I mean, it don't matter once you get to the second apron, they start freezing draft picks and all of these. But these
Oh,
implications don't come into place until 2026 too. I think so. They still got like a year and a half where they can continue doing what they're doing, go take a swing at another ring, and then maybe they'll cut some people to try to get under that second apron if they're over it. I'm not familiar with the salary is, but it's got to be pretty
yeah,
much up there.
they over by 5.1 mil in the second
And
apron.
that's not impossible for them to get up under that, But your hands are tied with, I guess, stuff you can do with that second apron. A lot of franchises are scared of that, but you just
Right.
won a championship, so I
Go
mean,
on.
if there is a time to pay over the second apron, I would think that's the time
The
to try
time,
to get another ring.
right? Go on in with it, because you
I
got a
don't
few
think.
people you're gonna get up from under them anyway. I mean, you got Drew Holiday, who's 34. He making $1 million a year. You got Al Holford there, who is in his late 30s. He just under 10 million a year. So I mean, they got players, and Kristaps Porzingis is another dude that's like making almost 29 million. So I mean, yeah, they got a lot of money. 49 mil for Brown and whatever it is for Tatum that he got. Like it's ridiculous. It's like this is like almost 4 players at $30 million. It's ridiculous, man. And Derek White got bread. He over 20 million a year. So yeah, they going all on in, man. But go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Y'all think would y'all be worried about going into the season with Yves Missi at the center? I wouldn't be worried about it. If he's as hard of a worker as they say. I wouldn't be worried about that. I think it's time for us to stop ducking like our players that we drafted and give them a chance to develop. We haven't had no really bad pieces that didn't develop well. Even Jackson Hayes developed well here. He was dunking on people, running the floor.
Come on,
But I
2K.
think I
Come
wouldn't
on,
be
bro.
worried about it because we got DeJounte. If we keep Ingram, CJ, Zion going into with Misi gonna get punished under there. He gonna get into a lot of foul trouble. I think we're gonna just have to learn to adjust. But would it be something that y'all be really, really worried about? Like, hey, like we wouldn't be able to get somebody before the deadline, but starting the season with
Well,
Messi, you know?
I suggest this. I say you give Messi about 2 months or so, and if he develops insanely quickly, then yeah, you go ahead and move him in that role, similar to what you saw Dallas do, but maybe a little more adjusted. If you look at the brother, he's 7 feet tall, but he's very thin. So the first thing I'm doing with him even before the film, you worry about how he think. He got to get in that weight room. He's too small. He's not strong enough to contend on a nightly basis with grown men. So no, I mean Orlando didn't even throw Dwight Howard out there like that. Dwight Howard was very small. He had to get in the weight room. You don't do that to me, to a center like him, and just start him like first game of the season. But if you see how things are going, or if you see in the summer, like damn, he done already put on 15 pounds just in that little bit of time, or whatever, then yeah, you can sign a low hanging fruit center. We can get a Daniel Theis, somebody. You pair him with, you go get a guy like Paul Reed that you don't like, and you just have those two guys in a rotation, and you're banking on Mises after maybe the first 20 games, 30 games of the season. you're promoting him to a starter. I'd be all for that.
I think we're gonna run some lineups with Zion at the 5. You got Murray, Trey, Zion,
You could put
CJ,
Zion,
and
Trey.
Herb.
You could put Herb at the 5. They didn't put Trey at the 5 for a very short time. They put Bi at the 5 before. Zion. So yeah, you can experiment with all of that, man.
I'll be honest. I don't think it's a good idea to send Ingram to what he was trying to send him to. I think they was gonna trade him for Laurie or whatever, and send like Ingram to the Spurs or something like that. And I don't know what he wanted to send Ingram to Golden State. I don't
No,
think it'd be a
I
good
heard
idea to trade him
Sacramento.
to any team in the West.
Okay,
Not even
I heard
Zach telling him
Sacramento
like
for the Laurie thing. I didn't hear the Spurs. I definitely don't want them to go to Spurs. Papa figured that out.
Chris Paul, Wemby, and
Bi, that's
Ingram.
crazy.
Yeah, they
That's
gonna
crazy. That's
mess
too
too
much.
much with that.
That's too much. That's too much for them because the Spurs are a good organization, man. They gonna maximize that.
And see, that's what I don't understand about Willie Green. Like, how could the Spurs when you play them, they seem like they coach well. You know, they really really coach well. They definitely take turnovers seriously. I don't understand why it take Willie Green so long to adjust. And I think that Lakers pick we gave up, it might end up in that top 5 because I don't think JJ gonna be able to coach the Lakers
The
past
top
anything. They was
5, you
desperate
think
for
the
anybody.
Lakers with LeBron and AD gonna fizzle out that hard? I don't think they make to top 5.
Yeah, it's gonna
Maybe
be bad. I think the
I
Lakers
think
ain't gonna do as good as what
15
they
or
think.
14 is the highest it could go. 15 or 14, not top 5, man. I ain't gonna see top 10. Like,
Man, it'll be fun to watch that, man. That train wreck. I
don't
ain't gonna
care
lie.
no more. We don't own no more of their draft capital, so
The Clippers going
I
down
don't get no
too. The
joy out of watching
Clippers
them
don't
suffer
know it.
no more. Keith.
Clippers falling out of the playoffs, bro. They falling out. They gonna fall out. I don't see Kawhi coming back and doing anything. He been hurt the last few years. I think he's still gonna be hurt this year, especially with just him and Harden and KP.
But far as the Spurs thing, though, bro, I think when you look at Willie
I,
and then you look at Spurs, you can't compare them, man. The Spurs have an organization where they've ran a system, the same system, for like what 25 years. How long has Pop been there? About 25 years, right?
a long time, bro.
Like you can't look at that and how they play as a team and all. They have 25 years of building and sustaining that system of how they
That's
play, man. They're totally different from every team in the league. So
that's
they're the
stability.
most well coached team in the league, and they've been that
Right.
way for a very long time. So
Yes.
I can't compare them to Willie, man. Willie will never be that. I mean, there's not many coaches that will ever be that.
Right.
Like
Right.
that's a once in a generation type thing, man. When Pop is
Even look at
gone,
Spoelstra.
you'll
Spoelstra,
get to see them.
what Spoelstra doing? He's
Spoelstra is well coached, but the way that the Spurs you move as a unit, man, I don't know. It's still even a little different than Spoelstra. I can't even put Spoelstra there. It's just different, man. Like Spurs basketball is Spurs basketball. Like the Heat basketball became the everybody in the NBA trying to do the switch all stuff and all that. You know, like the Spurs, like it's just their culture and the way they are. It can't be replicated. It can't be duplicated. It's just the Spurs.
Yeah, man, they awesome, man. I got to give them their credit, man. Just that amount of time, just being that stable and successful. I mean, minus the last couple of years as they kind of went to a rebuild model. But the Spurs, man, have been the standard for many years. Don't let Tasha and Sean know I said that. But man, listen, they've been something else, man. They've been something else, man. And you talking about just you looking at Popovich, they're just him, his template, his mindset versus say dynasty teams that just have a history of ingrained in people's mind. Like I'm going to Boston, I'm going to LA, whatever, because of the Magics and all this kind of stuff and the Birds and all that kind of stuff. Popovich, man, they wasn't doing that stuff until Pop got there and built them up. So it's like, he created this mentality versus what they got with dynasties. So yeah, that's very difficult to replicate. I wish we would have just an inkling.
We got a center that may be available, our backup. I don't know
Let
how
me hear.
interested we'd be in this. The Charlotte Hornets have waived Davis Bertans,
Oh
the
no.
3-point shooting center that got overpaid all that money with the Wizards.
Yeah.
He's out on the market, man. For the minimum, he could be available for the minimum.
Yeah. Davis
He's
Bertans.
he's 6'10" and he can shoot threes. Rebound a little bit, give you some defense.
Yeah, you give him an elbow and break his stomach. Yeah, he got really no power.
How many centers we got on the roster?
Got one big man named
he's
Neeson.
technically a center.
That dude, tall, small. Get that boy an elbow.
Willie could coach him up. There you go. You can hang your hopes, all them hopes you had with Adam. Just put them on Bertans, bro. Willie could coach him up, bro.
Hold on,
It's a lot
DC.
cheaper.
You trying to create miracles.
It's a lot cheaper.
DeAndre Ayton actually have talent and skill to work with, and he kind of a
man. This man shot 40%. He shot 40% from the 3-point line. He don't have no talent, no skill.
No, I'm not. I'm saying like you looking at him as a big.
How many attempts? How many attempts?
I don't know. Let me go to Charlotte and see. I'm not sure.
DC?
Yes. What's up,
What's
DJ?
up?
Sir?
What's up, DJ?
We actually have 2 centers on the roster.
Talk to him.
And you better not let nobody forget it,
Talk
DJ.
to him,
Right?
bro. Talk to him, DJ. We got tell him about it.
Yeah,
tell
we actually got.
Tell him what we can do, DJ. What's up with Carlo Mekovic? What is his skill set? What he brings to the team, bro? Break it down for us.
He like a next version of Davis Bertans. You know what I'm saying?
Carlos Mekovic is the next Davis Bertans, really?
And he could shoot, and he got a little weight on him too. So yes, absolutely.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna give you some credit, DJ. Think about it though. What if?
Credit.
Nah, I'm saying DJ might be onto something. What you mean? What if?
You've been saying this for months, and you gonna talk about he finally on to something?
No. I didn't say finally. I said you might be onto something.
You don't need your.
And I ain't even get to finish my goddamn point before you
now
keep
you know
butting in. You know what? Go do the other podcast for about 30 seconds and let me get this over.
Now you know how the hell I feel. Go ahead, man.
Please put your camera off and go jump on the sports call.
I ain't going nowhere. I'm here.
But what if Meritage? Wait, hold up. How you say? I might be saying the man's name wrong. Say his name, DJ. Mekovic.
Carlos Mekovic.
What if Carlos Mekovic has made a tremendous jump behind the scenes, and the Pels know this, and they just taking their time because they're doing all the salary cap stuff, and they intend for him to be the second center. What if he's really that's really a thing, man? I mean, overseas, he showed, like DJ said, he can shoot the 3-ball. He's very bouncy, almost as bouncy as Jackson Hayes, maybe a little bit less. His fundamentals and far as boxing out, his technique was bad, but he had a lot of physical gifts. So would it be crazy to think he could come in and surprise a lot of us? Is he even on the Summer League roster? If he's not on the Summer League roster, that would be shocking to the point of maybe they've shown him enough. They've shown enough. Would they watch them playing overseas, or maybe they don't believe in him at all? But next Friday, we're going to find out something. So keep an eye out on that. And you keep giving us the updates, DJ.
He's going to be on that damn team.
Add to that, DC, we actually traded 2 out of the 3 in that draft class. We traded E.J. Liddell and Dyson Daniels, and we still got Carlos Mekovic. So it might be a question mark on that center, and he can play the center spot.
I don't know, man. It's still I still feel like the Pelicans got some major moves to be making with BI. I think the BI trade would bring us not only the big, but perhaps It'll give us a reserve too, some a big off the bench, perhaps another wing. I mean, it's still. I think we still got some movements, some moves to make to help the starting lineup in the second line people. We just don't know who. We got them whittled down to, you know, a handful of guys realistically. We talked about Vucevic, we talked about Robert Williams III, we talked about DeAndre Ayton, we talked about Laurie Marketing, which I think Marketing's off the board. Somebody mentioned Miles Turner in the chat. Miles Turner is not on the trade block. Walker Kessler is another guy that we threw out there at the family members. So I mean, there's a handful of guys. We also talked about Wendell Carter as well. There's a handful of guys that makes sense here. If you're trying to get BI out of here, you got to have a starting level big, and those guys fit that description. So we got it whittled down. We just don't know which one of these guys will be the guy. And then once the Pelicans land those guys, then you can see them then moving in to pick up guys like perhaps a Paul Reed or Daniel Theis, maybe, cheap guys like
Davis Bertans, huh?
Davis.
Nah, probably not. He shot 6.3 threes a game, and he hit them at a 37% clip. And this dude has been like a 50, 40, 90 guy damn near in the league, and he's got to be the least impactful 50, 40, 90 guy I've ever seen in my life.
Well,
1.8 rebounds, and he's 6'10". That's kind of crazy, but he probably can get over it. Damn, and he played 20 minutes. That is insane, man.
I know,
but he's basically a power forward, and
ain't no power to him. I don't know what you're talking about. Davis Bertans is
he averaged 8 points last year, Q.
Mostly a shooter.
In 20 minutes.
I know, bro. I mean, he's a guy that can hit the three for you, but I mean, remember he's been around.
That's all he can do.
Right, he's been around the block.
He's 31, ain't nothing. He gonna always be whatever he is.
Did you mention the rebounds? 1.4 rebounds per contest.
Yeah, yes, I did. Yes.
All right, that should have gave you
a 6'10".
Right, 6'10". You can see where
I don't think he wants the rebounds.
Oh, and it shows 1.4 rebounds per contest. Oh, it definitely shows, my friend. Yeah, he's been around the block.
Those 2 years with the Wizards where he played pretty good, and everybody's been hoping that they could get that out of him again.
Yeah, and they let him go, but I would have to say no to Davis Bertans. Perhaps we need a little bit more power with our forward if we're looking for such a person. Paul Reed makes sense. I mean, even Daniel Theis. I mean, but like I said, he's a guy that can hit threes, and if he don't play much defense, I guarantee you this guy won't see the floor with Willie. I promise you that. This guy, he won't see the flow. So just in case, like, man, he can shoot Q. I hear you, brother. But listen, this character would not see the flow with Willie Green. I promise you that with 1.4 rebounds per contest. I give you, I tell you that shit. All right, but big ups to the fam, man. Appreciate y'all being in the stream on this one, talking Pels, man. We're approaching. We just hit over 2.5 hours. We're gonna get ready to get on up out of here. DJ, before we leave, man, you got any more questions or whatnot that you want to throw in there before we end the stream, sir?
Where's I don't want to be racist, so I'm not gonna do that. The guy that got from Chicago, and he came in, Nikola Mirotic. Where is he at?
The ship sailed, DJ. Come on now. Nikola Mirotic is probably about 30, 35, 36 years old. DJ.
Yes,
He's playing overseas somewhere, man. I forgot what team. But he went into overseas ball, I think maybe about 3 or 4 years ago.
Why are you giving us the merchant report? The ship has sailed. Brother man just asked a question about a player. I mean,
because we know DJ, man. DJ loves the underdogs.
Stop assuming.
I would be all for you talking about the Marcus Cousins before Mirotic. He I think he won the MVP in the championship. Somebody was saying in chat.
Yeah,
Marcus Cousins probably can't even run, man. He can't run.
Dwight's team, yeah, he won. Dwight's part owner in that team over there. So yeah,
for real?
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, DeMarcus Cousins showing you can still play ball, just not in the NBA. I mean,
Okay, the Charlotte Hornets have agreed to extend Mikal Bridges a $75 million deal on 3 years. So they're probably out of the BI sweepstakes as the interest was intensifying. Q.
I know I'm getting so sick of the intensifying interest, man. I'm just tired of hearing about it. This is one of the weirdest times ever to be a Pelican supporter, man. For real, man. You're just waiting the chips to fall, all these guys to get out of the way.
I mean, at this point, it looks like we bringing him back, man. You got to
Right.
bring BI back, extend him. Hopefully he plays well, and you try to trade him.
Man. Yeah. If DC, if you can't listen, let's just get this out here.
I would sign him a short extension. Like, look, man, just give me a 1-year extension. At something like what you're making right now.
What if he says we just can't like throw that out there and like, oh, he'll agree to it. What if he says
I still extend him. I extend him and give him the money. I let him play and I let him know I'm trading you.
what money? So you gonna give him you gonna give him the money that he wants?
If the deals I'm hearing is like, junk parts and 1 first-round pick, I can't get nothing for him. Like,
that you forcing your hand to just give him what he want and just make it work and then just switch focus to
no,
trade.
I give him what he want. I tell him what he want here. Give him what he want. I actually take a hit this year because I would tailor the team in a way to make him look awesome, and I trade him at the deadline.
Who gonna take that contract though? That's that deal you give him.
If he's averaging 27 points a game and doing some shit, listen, we just saw this happen with Lauri Markkanen. Maybe we take less money than him, so we're moving faster, or less picks than him, so we're moving faster. We saw Lauri Markkanen just be thrown around like he ain't nothing, right? He goes to Utah. I mean, he has some efficient seasons, right? Where he averages 26, most improved player or whatever. And then they got off of him. I think we could do something similar with BI. Obviously, he won't be as big as they're looking at Markkanen. But it's either that or you just lose him for nothing. So you take your pick. Or you let him play out his contract, and you hope you can get a sign and trade to get some spare parts.
Right. Well,
we won't become a better team by trading them from the deals I'm hearing. If you can't get a center.
Well, I mean, you really forced into the corner if that happens, though, brother. If you like, okay, we can't get the deal that we really want, we don't want to give them away for nothing, then I get you on that. Then you would have to do what you got to do. Make a hard decision, either bring them back on the deal or lose them for nothing, or do a sign and trade like you mentioned. And then if you do that, then you have to then switch focus to getting CJ out of here. Then the focus would be the Paramount trying to vacate CJ's.
Maybe we could package them together.
Jesus Christ, that big old contract that'll be, man. Those two suckers.
Nah, that wouldn't happen. But
60+ million.
I'm gonna break something to you, Q.
And
you're not gonna like it. I don't like it.
Well, say it if you don't like it. Then don't tell me some shit I don't want to hear.
I tell you the truth. CJ pairs very well with DeJounte Murray. So if we go out there this season and he gets some minutes with DeJounte and CJ looks absolutely awesome, right? And he agrees to take less money on this next deal, there is a world where we may be seeing CJ back here.
Oh, it's definitely.
He had 8 attempts from the 3, bro. The man shot the 3 ball at what, like 41, 42%?
Shot really well from 3. Yeah.
If he can continue to do that, it's going to be really hard to get rid of Mr. McCullough. And if he continues to do that, people might not necessarily want to get rid of him. The narrative on CJ could change with a point guard and him actually playing the shooting guard position. Now, what happens with Jordan Hawkins if that's the case? That's the part that hurts.
Now, I think you still get – I get what you're saying. On a portion of that I like what you just said. That wasn't as bad because I'm not I'm not mad at what you said. I actually
I
agree with all.
think that's the reality we may be living in, man. It's looking
Uh,
at this team. If we can move BI, I definitely think that's more the reality we'll be living in.
well, I mean, that's at
Hopefully, we
least
can convince him to be a 6-man, and that would be amazing.
for 1 year. For 1 year, that reality to me does exist for 1 year.
What if
Until,
what if he what
hold
if
on,
CJ becomes the 6-man of the year, right?
hold on, DC, hold on. I'm giving
We
you
make
credit.
damage in the playoffs. Like, you don't think you could sell him
I'm
on that, ending his career as that?
saying I'm giving you, and he ain't taking no. Nah, CJ McCollum he wants his paper. He ain't working. That's why that's why I'm about to shut you down on that back end of it. Like, I agree with everything you say, but I think right now, being that he has 2 years at 60 something odd million dollars on his contract remaining, that's not a very good looking contract. I think his contract looks better after this year to be a $30+ million expiring deal. Then it looks lucrative. So I can see a situation in the near future where the Pelicans are forced to hold on to CJ for a year. And then when the time comes, when that contract, it gets to the final year of it, that a lot of people would be interested in acquiring CJ McCollum's expiring deal. So I can see that happening for another year as opposed to what it is right now. But ultimately, I still think the Pelicans are turning over stones and looking in every pillow between the couch cushions and every trade and going over every particular team that they can find to make a trade. Now, DC, there are players out there that does make sense. Like we talked about the DeAndre Ayton thing, but it always is something with it. Like the Pelicans, we talked about this one. The Pelicans could do a trade for DeAndre Ayton, get them to give them some picks and stuff like that. With the DeAndre Ayton trade, and can go straight up between the both of them because the contracts are similar. You got 30 something odd million for Ayton, you got 30 something odd million for BI straight up without a third team. Portland gives up some picks on that, and you do that. On the issue is, like we talked about with DeAndre Ayton, he fits the need of a starting center who can operate Willie Green switch all. Willie's familiar with him from his time in Phoenix. The guy does have a good offensive game. 7-footer, 240, 250, very skilled, runs the floor really well, and would fit what you damn sure would want. Off-court issues are abundant with this guy. His stuff about, you mentioned it, questioning his motivations. Do we need to change the scenery? All this stuff has to be factored in. So there are players out there that fit what we want. It's just, like you said, there's always something wrong. Like, even if we talk about 2K Nola was talking about Wendell Carter from Orlando. Very interesting, big to have. You got to go through multiple teams to get him, but he does help you, and it works in what the Pelicans want as a starting center. Very skilled, can run the floor, can operate the switch off, but injuries, never played more than 63 minutes. I mean, not 63, 63 games in a single season in 6 years. See? So you, at this point, it's very rarely, DC, you're going to find, we talked about this before, you're going to find a player that don't have any issues. They going to have something wrong with them.
Well, I
So,
mean, everybody got issues except for
yeah,
maybe like
I mean,
15 players in the league, 15 of the 10 players in the league that you consider superstars. You're going to
yeah,
find very little issues with those guys. Everybody
like
else got issues.
everybody got issues. Like DC keep cutting me off. See, everybody, so we all are imperfect, working on to become perfect. That's what it's all about.
Except
See,
you're perfect.
no, I'm not.
Hey,
I'm not perfect. Don't say that.
Yeah, but what's your issue?
Thank you for the compliment, though. But
What's
I
your
am.
issue? Since you're not perfect.
Hold on. DJ's talking. DJ, what did you say, sir?
Oh, you want to change the subject, huh? Raging
No,
lunatic.
no. DJ's just asked the question. Do you see if you don't mind, sir? DJ, yeah.
What's your issue?
The love doctor said, would y'all mind trading for Kevin Durant?
I don't think
Wait,
that
what?
Kevin's up for sale, man. I mean, he's not.
Well, no,
I
I
don't
mean
think.
it's not crazy, but because I guess what he's alluding to, the Suns are basically in a very difficult situation, man. They're gonna go into that second apron, and by 2026, I think they got to move off one of those guys. They got to free up a large amount of cap to be able to not mess up their future after whatever this experiment they're doing with Book and Bradley Beal. So I guess he's alluding to that, but I don't think we can get him this year. I think they locked in letting them guys play this year. maybe next offseason, Kevin Durant might be on the move again.
Be too late by then.
Somebody
DC.
got to be on the move because them contracts are ridiculous over there, man.
Yeah, I don't think he's like I said, I don't think Kevin Durant is. And they have already kind of dug in on keeping those guys together for this year. So I don't think that's a thing. So it's like the Miles Turner thing. Like a lot of people say, let's go get Miles Turner. He's not available. Kevin Durant's not available. Like we kind of whittle down the guys that are available that make sense for Brandon Ingram because you want something for him. You want draft picks. You want, this, you want that. And it only makes sense. So I mean, we done did a decent job of whittling down the players that they're looking at, unless there's other guys that we don't know that secretly are available. But for we've got, these are the guys. Pelicans turning over the couch cushions trying to find a trade for BI, man. It's something else, man, just to be honest with you. All right, fam, hit the like button, man. Y'all, we in the stream, man. We are almost 3 hours strong in this piece, man. PPR in the morning. It's now in the afternoon now. But shout out to you guys for being in the stream. Please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and feel free to share the show on your social media feed. If you're listening via X, please give us a retweet. It helps us out a lot. And just to hit some of the family members up in the chat, Jacob says Duran or Stewart from Detroit are possible. We talked about them before, DC.
Yeah, but
Yes.
my thing with that is how old is Duran? He's like 20,
in his early
right?
20s.
21.
Yeah, in his early 20s.
Why would they trade Duran now that they've locked up a deal for with that guy Cade? They got him to sign for 5 more years, so they
No, they
have
got
time to build it. They
right.
already spent money on Tim Hardaway Jr., who could possibly play the 2 or the 3, right? They got Tobias Harris over there. They spent money on.
That's
Like,
right.
I don't. Where does BI fit in this equation?
Hold on. See, don't forget Beasley. They gave Beasley $6 million on a 1
Yeah,
year.
Beasley $6 million. They don't sound like a team that's trying to completely tank. It's obvious they're trying to stay competitive, but not go all in over the top. But what is the benefit of them giving away Durant to get Brandon Ingram? So are we supposed to give up some of our draft capital to get Durant? Because I don't. Why would they want to get rid of that guy? I haven't heard anything where they said they're low on him.
And DC,
Isaiah
They're
Stewart is the
not
one
low on
making
them at
all the
all.
money.
and a little
Huh?
information on them,
Yeah, it's
DC.
like what?
A little information on them. I checked out their current coaching staff. As of right now, Fred Vincent is not on that coaching staff. Steven
Wait,
Silas.
what?
Yes. I just wanted to throw that at
Are
you.
you serious?
I'm just telling you the truth. Bro,
They fired their head coach.
bro, they never. I told you crazy. Steven Silas, Dan Burke, Jared Jack. Remember him?
They ain't make the little thing to put his name on the door yet. That's all.
You keep believing that, yeah. Believe it.
Yeah, but nah, that's crazy. So I wonder if maybe he is out with the mining thing, which would be really weird because they
What
got
if-
him over there, and then or maybe
what-
they just didn't announce him yet, man. It'd be hard for me to believe they'll bring him over there, especially Trajan Langdon, knowing what he is and what he's done, and then because you got rid of Monty, that's it. Like that'd be a little weird.
Well, I mean, you're not trying to do what David Griffin did. It was like, if you take this job, you have to take this one head coach. A lot of them coaches not doing that, man. They want their own. Listen, because you're gonna fire me if it don't work. Let me pick my own guys. So that's how they do it.
But I still think no. I agree with that. But I still think they find another position for Fred Vincent. They just make him the shooting coach or something.
Right.
Or would he be mad at that? And he's just like, man, just send me back to New Orleans.
Now, listen. Just to add this, on the Pelicans website, he's not listed as an assistant coach either. So Freddie V is not officially on Detroit's.
Well, you mean Detroit's website? You say the Pelicans website. We know he ain't listed on ours.
Well, they could have said, hey, man, it ain't work. Come on back. We got you. It could have been a situation. That's why I'm giving both sides of the game. So
that's right, Fred Vincent. And you say, I'm never leaving again. I can't believe how this turned out. That's what you do, Fred.
How many years, DC? 14 years?
14 years, man.
Wow. 14 years. And he makes one bad decision. to leave, and then he gets fired. Weeks, months? It was like weeks, not maybe days or something. Like it had to be like a week or so or something, and then they just fire Monty Williams, and that's just damn. So I don't know what Freddie V is right now, but he's not with either one of these ball clubs. But yeah, the Jalen Duran thing, man. Isaiah Stewart is somebody that the Pelicans have interest in. I don't know if they're still interested in him. He's undersized. All right, Tasha. Shout out to Tasha, man. Good to see y'all in the chat. Big ups to y'all, man. Just give me y'all a little game on that part of it. DC talking about that's the coach. They fired their coach. I mean, man never was a head coach or whatever. Man.
He's the only coach on the staff.
He left when he left. Let me tell you something. He vacated the building, or he didn't even have an office yet. He had a bag packed, DC, when he got there. You know, so I don't know where.
There's got to be a negative on Fred Vincent if that happens like that, because I know other people got to look at that around the league. Like, if he ever have to do this again,
right?
That's crazy, man.
Yeah, he needs some type of protection. The man was with the team like Pelicans for 14 years. Made a move to go with Monty Williams, and it had to be like days. I don't even think it was that long because he was brung up there. When a couple of days or maybe a week after Trajan Langdon was named the VP, it had to be like a week or two. And then he was named as an assistant, and then as the top lead assistant to Monty Williams. And then a week later, Monty's fired and his whole staff is fired. And Fred's a part of the staff. DC sitting up here talking about, well, he's the coach now. I'm like, how? How? He's not the coach, though.
He's the only coach on the staff.
No, this is not in.
Could this be a thing?
Well, in season, if that was the case, that might have been the case. You playing like they're playing ball right now. Like if it was an in season fight, Freddie would take over the team. You'd be right in that situation. Not now. Yeah, it's
the only coach they had. But do you think Monty getting fired? Could that have possibly pissed Fred Vincent off because he was going over there to join Monty? He knew Monty. He coached with Monty already.
Right.
So could that have been his only reasoning for going to Detroit? Obviously, probably money, but by them getting rid of Monty, he's like, nah, I don't want it now. I'm just go back to New Orleans.
I think it's a combination, DC. I think Monty Williams. I think Trajan Langdon. I think Michael Blackstone. You know, Detroit became like New Orleans North. You know, you've seen a lot of people that was familiar with New Orleans that took over the team. Monty's the coach, former. All these New Orleans Pelicans, the Hornet ties to the organization made it feel like a second home of sorts, and he thought it was a promotion, in which it was. And it wasn't Trajan Langdon's decision to fire Monty Williams. He actually wanted to keep him. The owner went over his head and fired Monty Williams, and decided to spend pay Monty the $60+ million, whatever it was, 65, 67, whatever it was, just to go away after 1 year. That was all on the owner. I think Trajan made that clear. So you don't see that happening. You don't think that an owner would do something like that where he just like, man, the hell with this. This guy's got to go. And he fires him with all that money. Because people are like, man, them guy ain't going to do that. And he did it. So that's an unfortunate situation, man, for Coach Fred. I don't know where he is right now, but I'm pretty sure Coach Fred will land on his feet somewhere. You know, so we just, shout out to Coach Fred, man. He's a fighter. He's gonna land on his feet somewhere. All right, guy says Simons doesn't tip worth a damn. To be honest, homie can dunk, but bro don't tip. I did an Uber for bro. He said he don't tip. He said he did an Uber for bro to make some extra money towards a PlayStation, and dude, he didn't tip you, bro.
Damn.
Well, you got to give him some credit, bro. He's still on his rookie deal, man. You got to wait till you get paid the big money, man. I think he's still on his rookie deal, man. So he don't tip for shit. All right, thank you, bro. But DC ain't tipping, brother.
That's messed up, man.
He cheap as hell, man. All right. Buddy says, BI do at this point, he's in the driver's seat. Why do you think the trade ain't been made? No managers F with him. Have you ever heard of Swin Cash? All right, family members talking in the chat. Lou says, DC, let people talk sometimes.
No.
I'm telling you, see, I ain't the only one.
I do sometimes. I do.
DC be getting that, boy. He get that talking spirit, man. And I just like, okay, DC, you got it, brother. Go ahead.
Every time you say crazy pineapple talk, that's what you're gonna get.
That's what I say. That's what I call it.
Stop cutting you off.
I call it the pineapple talk. When DC just be going off about something, and I was like, okay, DC, this come DC with the crazy pineapple talk. And there you go. But
Big Q know why I do it.
No, I don't know why.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
After DC, all right, Cap, man, 2020.
DC new podcast coming out, y'all. It's called Crazy Pineapple Talk. DC be breaking it all down on that, man. He be going for it. That's right. All right. So big ups to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all being in this thing. Shout out to y'all. Tasha, I'm glad DC talk faster than he reads. Thanks to you, Tasha. You've been working with DC, man. DC up here telling me how to pronounce what's the brother name, DC? Vuyasev?
Man, I've been working with AI, man. Tasha didn't want to give me no classes. She said she would if I was part of the Spurs organization, but she can't do it.
DC been doing that reading rainbow, man. It been making it work.
The reading rainbow, that's old, man. I just been doing AI, bro.
It works. Reading rainbow
AI,
still.
AI got everything.
When do y'all think we're gonna see a trade for BI? When y'all think that's gonna happen?
Me personally, I think by tomorrow or maybe Monday we could possibly see a trade with BI. But obviously this is going to be tied in to the DeJounte Murray thing if we pull one off now. So, but David Griffin, last time when we traded Drew Holiday, remember how we did it? We did the Drew Holiday trade, and then shortly after the Drew Holiday trade, we had an additional trade with some of the assets of the Drew Holiday trade to get Steven Adams, I believe. And didn't we trade one of the players that we got from Milwaukee? What was dude's name, man? Because he actually would have been good here. And then he went to the Jazz and he was balling out. I was like, man, that was stupid. We traded for the wrong dude. We should have gave him Bledsoe.
So he would end up going back to Indiana, right? You talking about your
man?
boy?
It was George. He played with LeBron.
George.
He played for the Spurs.
Man, I forgot George's name, but he was good. Oh man.
And cute. George Hill. And he went out there cute. The dude, he shot like damn near 40% from three. And I was like, why didn't we get this dude? Because when we heard the trade for BI, everybody was like, oh, okay, well, we did get George Hill. We got all the picks. He wanted to leave. We didn't have a lot of leverage. That's pretty good. And they got Bledsoe. Oh, we're going to flip Bledsoe and get something. And they said we got Steven Adams. I was like, okay. So we traded Bledsoe for Steven. We didn't trade Bledsoe. We traded George Hill, the dude on the good contract that shoot great threes. Why did we do this?
I think George didn't want to stay. I think
he probably didn't.
He didn't want to stay, if I remember correctly, D6. I remember we was doing that show. I was like,
that is crazy though, because he would have been a starter here. So you didn't want to stay here, but you want to go to Utah? What is he, a Mormon? Why would he want to go to Utah?
I think he's seen them as a better team that had an opportunity to compete. Because I remember we covered this a while ago, man. This when that happened, we was thinking the same thing. And then maybe a day or two later, they kind of came out on why.
But that was another stupid decision by David Griffin in keeping Bledsoe. We had Zion. Everybody can clearly see you need to put shooters around him, and we took like 2 or 3 years before we even attempted to do that.
Interesting, very interesting. Yeah, this is I don't have a timeline. I also thought that it more than likely will be over the next couple of days, but then again, it kind of resets itself, doesn't it? Every time a new team pop up. So it's like, okay, we thinking that they have something going on with Utah. Then it turns out that somebody
else doing the deal.
Right, Golden State has a better lucrative package for lure and marketing that's on the table. That's better than what the Pelicans would offer. Then you see the stuff shifts to then Portland. Then it shifts to the Hawks again. Then it shifts to the Hornets now, and then it shifts to, and then as people start getting signed, you looked at it, it's like, oh, I don't know if that's going to work. So they kind of just it's like a merry-go-round right now of uncertainty. But you would
One more
hope
team, Q. One more team is falling out
Kings,
the race.
the
The
Kings.
Cleveland Cavaliers and the Sixers have interest in Dorian Finney-Smith Jr. Isaac Okoro, KJ Martin are sign and trade candidates who could be sent to the Nets in a potential Finney-Smith Jr. deal.
There you go.
So Cleveland is trying to find them a lower budget wing. And they did draft Jalen Tyson, who can play point guard, shooting guard, or the three. So
Hey,
another team that's possibly not interested in BI.
yeah, it's getting thin out real quick. So whatever the Pelicans going to do to try to trade him, they got to do it soon. If not, then they like we talked about the fallback plan. If you can't get good value for him, you got to hold on to him. And I get it is definitely a good thought process. If you can't get good value for Brandon Ingram, who's a young star that can play, averaging 20 plus points a contest, then you got to hold on to him and hope that you could do something with him later on. He signs the contract and all this kind of stuff. So I mean, I would think with all that going on, Pelicans' focus should be then, if that's the case, then they shift toward trying to do something with CJ McCollum, even though if you saw that you can't get enough for BI, I can imagine it's like below the ground for CJ McCollum. So they might be roped in on some of this stuff and then have to move on to filling out.
We have one other option, Q. What if the talk about Atlanta is real and they just add BI into the Atlanta deal and you come back with Clint Capella and a Conwell? The money should match up.
Why?
Clint Capella is about what, 22 million.
Yeah.
Conwell is like 14.
Yeah, but why would they give you both those guys? They want a Congo. I can understand Capella because he's a salary dump. You get 20. That's a 1-year deal on 20 something.
They're trying to bottom out, probably. They're trying to reset.
They don't want to. I don't think Atlanta wants to. They want to compete and possibly get a playing spot or close to playoffs to actually lessen the blow of their pick, man. Like, they don't want to just lose. Everybody's like, well, why would Atlanta do that? They want to tank. Why would Atlanta want to tank? They don't own their pick.
No,
They want to be entertaining to the people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't see them as a team that's just wanting to tank. If they're going to keep Trey, they need to up his value. You know what I'm saying? They need to make a little noise. I don't think they're going all in to try to make a playoff push or something, but they need to make a little noise. They got a 6'10" forward they signed over there, and you got another 6. Isn't Jalen like 6'9"? Like, they could play a small ball lineup without a Conwoo. They would have to figure out, I guess, the center spot some type of way if they move off of Clint Capella because they don't have a center.
They give them both their centers. Why would they do that?
To get BI.
Yeah, but
to get BI, somebody to pair
I'll
with
tell you
Trae
why.
Young. You keep them there.
Go ahead, 2K.
That draft that's next year is loaded. It's loaded. If you get rid of Clint and whoever else, you gonna get somebody that's better than whoever else you could get right now. You don't want to get Ingram because you're only gonna be mid tier. You're not gonna be better than the Knicks. You're not gonna be better than Philly. You're not gonna be better than the Celtics. There's no reason to go and compete for mid and then go lower than that when people start when their contracts and stuff start expiring next year. So you get rid of these dudes now, load up for the draft next year, and get the best draft spot you could get to get somebody in that top 10 or whatever in that draft for this upcoming draft after this one. The next 2 drafts is loaded. No matter how you look at it, it is full of talent. Full of talent. And that going with that Lakers pick, I really do think that Lakers pick gonna fall top 10. And wherever they fall at in the East, they're gonna be good. That's why I give it up. I'll give it up right now for Ingram and who else? Boom.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't even take Ingram.
It's Ingram. We ain't got to give up nothing else. We get Ingram, and you get a Conwoo and Clint Capella make a money match. Conwoo falls off your books after he trains up Yves Mises, or maybe you extend his deal to 1 more year at less than $20 million.
Congo's
Not
still
a
young.
Conwell. I mean, Clint Capella.
Capella, yes,
He's
yes.
an experiment. So maybe you extend his deal to 1 year to help train MECs, who basically be the same player.
But the money
And
would be
then
you would need 30 million, correct?
that is 30 million.
So you
14 million plus 22 million.
so it's not another combination of
That's
people.
36 million. That's exactly the money.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I find it
And you
difficult.
get a backup. You get your Larry Nance Jr. and a Conwell, and you get you a starting center and Clint Capella. Or let's say you keep Clint Capella to the trade deadline, and then you flip him because he's an expiring, and you just promote a Conwell to the starting center till you figure out the center spot after the season.
I don't know if they.
We could do a lot worse, bro.
I know, but I'm just saying, what would be? I'm thinking from the Atlanta perspective. Why would I surrender? Because
You're gonna lose Clint Capella for nothing.
No. I
Maybe
get
they're not as high on a Conwell with the core group that they have as we think. A Conwell is shorter than the dude they just drafted to be they forward, shooting guard, power forward of the future, whatever. With what is his name is? Rashard? Conwell's like 6'8". Maybe they got plans on going Rashard. Maybe they got plans on going bigger. Maybe they take BI back and let his contract expire. It's a salary dump and somebody to help them be competitive for a year till they I don't know, man. It's a bunch of different reasons, but probably not going to happen.
Right. Well, no. I'm just saying I'm not shooting your idea down. What I'm saying is, like, when I start thinking about this stuff, I don't just think about it as a Pelican person. I think about what would be the motivation for Atlanta to give up both their starting centers, because they both their centers. If you give up Capella, who's a starter, the guy that was supposed to replace him would be a Congo. They wouldn't have a starting level center there.
Well,
so that's why
I
I'm saying
wouldn't give up both the Congo and just give up Clint. You just give up Clint. A Congo gonna be your person coming up behind Clint.
Right, and it's another combination of players that make the money, right?
Yeah.
Well, if they give up Clint and they do that, I could tell you what's going to happen. You know what's happening? Somebody in the trade that we thought was going is coming back. Somebody coming back, whether that's probably EJ Liddell or something.
2.1.
Somebody's coming back because this Clint Capella isn't enough. And then you got to look at getting a draft pick somewhere in there back, or Atlanta giving you a draft pick in the future, or some pick swaps or something.
Right. Well,
because at that point, like it ain't a fleece no more. You know what I'm saying? As far as the deal, you could still technically you say you winning based on the draft compensation, but they gonna want that 2025 Lakers pick. So what do you want, and what are you getting back? And I say they would want BI to be competitive this year. That's the main thing to me.
Well, I was looking at, but I'm saying I'm looking at their active roster and looking at the money right now, and I'm saying I hear what you're saying, that it does fit like a glove if they send us Capella and a Congo. But I'm saying I don't think I know Clint Capella makes sense because they want to get rid of him. A Congo doesn't make sense for an Atlanta person to want to trade him because he would then be the starter. But another
wait, hold up.
Donovich would be a guy in there, unless Richard, depending on where they see him as the number one guy there. Perhaps a Bogdanovic could be a guy that could be thrown in there. He's 32 and he's 16, 17 million. What you waiting on? What you saying? Hold up for? What you got?
I'm about to send you something, bro. You go ahead and put it up. Brandon Ingram. Some Brandon Ingram news from Brandon Scoop. Brandon Scoop B. Robertson.
Call this a DC bomb? Is that what this is? A Curry bomb? They got the Woj bomb. Call this the pineapple bomb or the Curry bomb? What's going on?
Come back with a better one.
I'm just asking. It's not meant to be a joke.
Man, I saw you something. Pull it up, man.
I'm just saying, brother. What should we call this?
You know what I was thinking about? You know what I was thinking about? If we actually load up on what we got, I think with cheetah bread and butter. But since Clay left, I saw Draymond say, come out his own mouth, that he was about to sign with Memphis. Why wouldn't you put Steph on the board to rebuild that whole team?
I could tell you this, bro. Looking at Steph Curry, I don't think the Golden State Warriors ever trade Steph Curry.
That's
Steph
like
is
Chicago
what? He's
trading.
He's 36.
That's DC
He's
favorite.
36,
I
man.
still would
He
take
been there
I
his
trade
whole.
whatever they need.
They not gonna trade him. He been there his whole career. Like he's 36, man. The man done won 4 rings. Like why would he? Why would he leave at this point? I don't see it happen.
Steph
And then they're
86.
closing in
Ain't going
on
nowhere.
Markham and deal. 36. I think he about to turn 37. Huh?
Hold on, DC. Let me read this DC pineapple bomb right here. Brandon Scoop B. Robinson, New Orleans Pelicans want Brandon Ingram, and Ingram likes being in NOLA. I'm being told on both sides of the Ingram side and on the Pelican side. It said New Orleans want Brandon Ingram, and Ingram likes being in NOLA. I'm being told on both the Ingram side and the Pelican side. Scoop B. Robinson. On the Ingram side, per source, the thought process is, quote, the fact that the Pelicans have not just jumped on any offer thrown their way, end quote, shows that the Pelicans want to try, their best to keep him. Just maybe that means that they just don't get crap back.
They don't like the damn offers.
Yeah, what are you trying to do? Per see how it works when you got a brain. Per teams that have registered interest in Ingram includes the Spurs, the Heat, Trailblazers, and he says Miami Heat again.
Oh, because Miami Heat got double interest.
Double interest. Oh, that's 2 separate teams. These 2 different realities. Per a Pelican source, offers for BI haven't really been up to par and what they, quote, want them, end quote. On the Sacramento Kings side of things, I've been told, Sac would still pursue Ingram even if they landed DeMar DeRozan in free agency. So this is Brandon.
Send him to Sacramento. I want to see that shit crash and burn.
Man. Right. So anyway, but hey, go ahead, 2K man. You want to throw something else in there? We're gonna have you to chime in, and then we're gonna get ready to get on up out of here, bro.
I forgot what I was about to tell y'all. I thought I had some news on Ingram that it passed. I forgot what it was.
Yeah, it's like I said, look like we might be what DC. What your time frame is? Two more days. You're saying before you see something a brand new.
Yeah, I say a day or two, man. If the Pelicans never do nothing exactly on that mark, they always a day late and a dollar short. So why would this be?
I think it's DeRozan. I think people waiting to see what DeRozan do. If DeRozan signs somewhere that's not like the LA Lakers or something like that, I think Ingram, whatever Ingram does next is gonna go way up. I think teams are trying to go get DeRozan first before they put that real package together for Ingram. So I think we waiting on that.
Bridges is out of the way.
DeRozan make his, you gotta think about that because DeRozan, the only other small forward you would want, anybody you would want is DeRozan or Ingram. DeRozan said he gonna choose somewhere else to go other than Chicago. Everybody trying to see, hey, where you going? Then when
he's already in a sign and trade. They're negotiating now to complete the deal with Sacramento. So
he already
it's looking like he's a lot to be going to Sac.
Right.
He ain't there yet, so things can change.
Well, I mean, today
they don't got nothing that we want.
Who, Sacramento?
No, they don't got nothing we want.
I mean, those two draft picks. I say Kevin Huerter, Barnes, and I try to get Ellis out of them. The defensive point guard that shoot 42% from the three, and then I flip Huerter somewhere else and hold on to Harrison Barnes for a couple of years as a backup. And you still walking away with 2 picks out of that, and you can try to flip Huerter for a first to Chicago, because that's probably what the signing trade is going to be for DeRozan. If they don't go with Chicago with the Huerter thing, then you can flip him to Chicago for a first, man. At the worst, you flip him in Vujicic, or you could take that first and try to go prize center from somebody.
Do y'all know who the new asset leader is? It the Nets, Detroit? Who got the most picks and whatever like that? Like when it was OKC and New Orleans,
who can give up the most picks?
Who has a lot of picks right now?
Yeah, you got to look at all of the trades, because once they trade them, you can't trade so many after a certain amount of time and all of that.
That's right.
That would be interesting. Because Sacramento, I think they're only allowed to give up 2, but I don't know if that a pick swap may be in play too. I don't know if that applies to pick swaps. You can't full out trade only so many picks, but BI for two firsts and a pick swap, and you get 2 starting caliber role players. If that's the best you can do at this point right now, man, you can't be terribly upset with that.
You can't. You're getting pinched right now. It's getting down to it, and the idea is
That's like 4 first rounders, kinda, or you would say 3.5 because they older. But the guys you're looking at, Herder and Barnes, that's first round picks.
well, I mean, I can agree with that logic, DC. I'll give you credit on that because you get the multiple, you get a pick swap, the two first rounders, Harrison Barnes to come up off the bench, and Huter, you can, like you said, flip them to Chicago or to somebody that got a big. Maybe we can package them and send them to whoever, we can try to see if we can get that center, because that's what the Pelicans looking at. They're trying to get a starting center and some help off the bench and draft capital. And
it'll be funny if we end up trading for Jonas again. Trading the Wizards for Jonas.
I think that's a dream, man.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. All right, but anyway, listen, fam, we got to leave it right there. Listen, man, I appreciate everybody, baby, for being.
Oh wait, one more detail.
Yeah. Before y'all roll out, do y'all think anybody? We don't have anybody in the G League we looking at that look interesting for us?
We got to see the summer league, to be honest, before I can make a determination on that. I don't know. Big Q got to see.
Nah, I don't see anybody. I mean, we talked about Odoro. What's his name? Josh Odoro.
Josh Odoro, yeah.
Yeah, he was an interesting player, but like I said, you don't know until you got to look at what you got there. And Carlo Mekovic is an interesting option. DJ likes to mention Carlo. How ready is Carlo to contribute? I don't know.
They throwing numbers out there, Big Q.
That's it.
On the business side of things, same guy, Brandon Scoop B. Robinson. On the business side of things, I've heard the Pelicans want Ingram to sign a 4-year deal in the range of $160 to $180 million. From what I heard, the Pelicans are against paying in that range of 4 years for $208. Stay tuned. He just dropped this 2 minutes ago.
I know I got it on screen. Go ahead, DC. You did a good job.
Okay.
Shout out to you, man.
Well, I pulled over and I can see. I actually got my laptop right now.
I think you're a liar too, but it's all good.
I'm lying. What do you mean?
So look like we bringing them back. Bringing Ingram back.
You ain't driving no damn well. Cut it out.
I'm always driving. You know that.
Yeah.
He might be coming back, y'all, man. He might not go nowhere.
I mean,
now,
if we could get him to sign for like 165 at 4 years for BI, why not? You could always trade him later. Why not? If you got BI with all of this depth we got, man, I'm gonna be honest with you. Center, if they know how to set picks and rebound and dunk the goddamn ball and play adequate defense, man, I think we can do a lot with that. Ain't my favorite idea for this team, but the Pelicans would be very dangerous with BI, Trey, CJ, Zion, and having a point guard that can actually facilitate and divide up those touches.
Yeah, well, I mean, DC to fortify the point too, man. If that's indeed, I hope it's not the reality. Hope we can get something for them, but if we can't, it is what it is. For now,
you let them play good, and you reach.
Yes, and exactly. And then the point about the bench. What about the second line? What if that's indeed the case? Herb Jones, Trey Murphy, Jose Alvarado, those guys are your second. So that's the second line.
Nah, Q. It should be. The starting lineup should be DeJounte Murray, Herb, BI, and you have CJ. You have CJ and Trey coming off the bench. It makes no sense to have DeJounte, CJ, BI, Zion all in the starting lineup. Unless we can do a small ball lineup where we play all of them and somebody. It makes no sense to take. It makes no sense to take Herb on the starting lineup, bro, with the players that we have. That don't make sense. He's our best defender. Why would you do that? That would be stupid.
I hope you're right, brother.
And you're
I
not
hope
gonna have Bi and Trey coming off the bench to play CJ ass.
I hope you're right, because like we talked about $30-something odd million. That should make CJ McCollum the
But we
sixth.
do need shooting. So could they be smart enough to go even further and
Yeah,
find a way to throw Trey out there, and you place Herb at center, Trey at center, Zion at center, something. I would have a lot of minutes with a lineup like that. And then CJ is basically your sixth man. He's your assassin. He just fill in wherever and just get buckets, CJ. I want you to be McClickam. When we put you out there, be
would he be
McClickam.
running the second unit? I mean, it's still, you still would have Jose Alvarado out there
CJ would cook running the second unit.
against
He
those
would
second.
cook, bro. But this also brings us to another interesting dilemma. And I'm gonna say this because I know we're trying to get out of here. With all of this talent, all of these players, all of these roster configurations, huh? You sure Willie won't fuck this up, Q? He's not good at rotations.
Don't be hurting up, brother. Don't do that, brother. Man gonna do all
It'd be
right.
kind of hard to mess it up though, because you have so many good players that would be in any rotation. So
Willie gonna make it work, bro. So don't worry about that.
I'm glad you're in love with the love doctrine, bro. Somebody at least.
No, it ain't about that, brother. I'm just.
Oh yeah.
No, it's not.
You're a loving human being, bro. You're a great human.
Okay, all I'm saying is that when you have a talented team, and like a big part of what happened with the Pelicans last year and the failures was, we talked about this ad nauseum for years, a lack of floor general. As long as DeJounte Murray's out there facilitating and doing what he's supposed to do, you'll see a different version of the Pelicans. He should help. But also that means that that when DeJounte sits down, we still need that next guy to come in and keep that going. So we just can't just be like, that's all.
Where does Point Zion fit? I think that's where Point Zion fits when obviously he's not hurt.
No, I'm saying that has its place. It has its place in the system. I mean, it could still be ran like it's supposed to, but they wasn't running that consistently last year anyway. Like, there were games with Zion Williamson dominated doing that, and then the very next game they come out and go back to whatever, back to what they were doing that was ineffective. So they didn't consistently employ that Point Zion scheme like you would want them to. So, and at times you can see Zion would get tired and stuff like that. So it's good to have that as an offense that you use, or plays that you use at certain intervals of the game. But still in all, I still like the fact that I like a table setting floor general. That's just who keeps these guys in their proper positions. That's just me. We had too much going on with different guys handling the ball last year. But when DeJounte Murray does sit down, we still need to have another guy that does the similar things as DeJounte, setting the table, setting up everything for him. And like I said, you still have Jose Alvarado there, who is your best overall point guard off the bench, a guy that can do a little bit of this, pass the ball, play a little defense, shoot a three every now and again. Working with CJ, and hopefully I know CJ will be, like, if you put him off the bench, the sixth man there. But I still don't like CJ how, like, running the offense off the bench like this, that, and the third. He'd be up in there dancing and doing all, everybody standing around watching. We still like the ball to flow in the second unit. So like I said, I mean, I'm for you with the Herb Jones and the starting lineup thing as well. But we'll, let's see what they do over the next couple of years.
Put him at center or something, man. And the Spurs are actually getting cash back in the Devontae Graham deal, as well as their second round pick.
How about that, DC? All right, we got one more. We're gonna take one last call before we get out of here. Dan Rich is on the line. Dan, welcome in, brother. You the last of the Mohicans, bro. Before we depart, how you doing?
What's up, Q and DC? What's up with y'all, man?
Good, bro. How you doing,
brother?
Shout out to both of y'all, man. Y'all do a great job every week, and makes the weeks go by faster. And I appreciate y'all.
Shout out to you,
brother.
Appreciate you.
We appreciate you.
I just had to get this question out because I just want to know, like, because I like Bi, man, and I really want him to stay. I know what y'all see, like, as far as like him not fitting well with like Zion, but I just don't feel comfortable with starting Trey Murphy. He just seems kind of like goofy to me. And then Bi just seems like more of like he understands like his body more than Trey Murphy. and that just sits well with me more. I don't know, but like I just got a question as of what would you wanted Bi to do? No, I know in that Bi had the worst year he had last year. Like, what would you see? What would you wanted to see from him to like for you to be like, okay, he gets the approval to stay. He deserves that money. Playing along Zion, or you just think that just doesn't work together at all?
This one thing and one thing only, brother. Bi has to accept that Zion is the best player on his team, and everything that needs to be done needs to be to maximize his skill set. We will have games where we need you to try and attempt to get 50 and do everything you want to do. But as a whole, as a team, the majority of how you play has to maximize Zion, which will require him to learn to play better off ball and to take a lot more threes and a lot less mid-range shots. If Bi can get his mentality wrapped around that, which I think is very difficult for him to do, to be honest, that would be the one thing. If he somehow did that, I think it take a lot of praying.
But
It
you
take a lot of
but let me say this.
meditating. It take a lot, man. But if he could
I feel
do
that.
that,
I
then
understand.
I think he would be the perfect guy to have on his team. We don't have a problem with who he is. We love him. You know, as Bi, the personality, the team loves him. He's a hard worker, always in there putting in the work. So he does those things. It's just him wanting to be that guy. And it's clear to everybody watching it, everybody in the NBA, that Zion has potential that's unmatched, probably by damn near anybody. The potential. So you gotta take a step back. You have to. I should never hear Zion talking about he taking a back seat.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to take the back seat. So if he can
But
do that,
you think
he
that's
play it forever.
but like you say, I hear y'all talk all the time. Like you say, we seen that Bi before with Alonzo Ball, a capable point guard. You don't think that's going to happen again with the emergence of DeJounte Murray?
Well, even with the Lonzo Ball thing, we were still feeding into what I'm saying. Bi got to get over. He did take 6 threes a game, right?
Right.
Which was great. Zion did play awesome, but Bi was the main feature. He was the main guy, so it's easy for him to buy into that when he's the guy. They made him the guy that year, right?
Right.
Now, can he buy into that like that more the way we saw CJ do it? A little less dribbling, less mid ranges. You know what I'm saying? Can we get him to do that and be more of a perimeter guy, focus on taking corner threes and just more efficient shots instead of doing a mid range, attack the paint, try to get to the foul line. These type of things, man, he's got to tailor his game. Not that he shouldn't take mid ranges. I think that mid range shot is a good shot to take at crucial points in the game when your offense is stalled out. It's getting hard for us to get looks. You know what I'm saying? Take the tough shots then, but create the easy shots, man. Take the efficient shots.
Yeah,
So
that's what I'm saying. I think that with DeJounte Murray coming, I think that you will see that. And also, I think that is a little bit on the assistant coach. I can't think of his name right now. From that we got from the Hornets, because they, like he said, like Zion said in the beginning of the season, he said that they asked him to take a step back. That's the plan that they was doing. It wasn't necessarily just all on Bi. It was mainly the coach and how they were the play style. I think they were
yeah,
trying to use Zion like an X factor more than just because I mean, instead of a ball hand, like instead of like the pivotal player.
but I
So you
mean, there were whispers that Bi was bucking, the coaching that James Borrego was laying down. Him,
So you think it was
we were
Bi that
supposed to
made
be
that?
come on, man, we supposed to be taking 43s, bro, and Bi shot 3 threes a game when we know he can shoot 6.
Mm-hmm.
At what point? I think a lot of times we put everything on Willie and the coaching staff and the schemes, and a lot of that, I'm with it, man. But sometimes we just got to be honest and put some of this on the players when it's obvious.
Right. I mean,
Bi.
but you gotta look at it from like a human point of view. Like this dude is coming in, hasn't really played, and now he wants the ball all the time. Like I'm me as a human. If somebody comes to work 20 days and we work 80 days, I'm not gonna just succumb to you just because who you are. Like I'm still a man at the end of the day. Like I deserve respect too. You know what I'm saying? Like I just want that to be put in the parameters. You know what I'm saying? Or the what is it called? The derivatives. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to be thinking of that at the same time. Like it can't just be this happens now. My whole life is gonna change just because there's one person. Like that's not how real life works as a man. If you're a man.
Hey, hold on just a second, DC. Let me add, because that's a great point. We talked about that too, bro. We made mention about that it was the murkiness of whose team was this for, even though we were saying this is Zion. Zion should be the guy. But Zion wasn't there. It was a lot of injuries. He missed a lot of time, and BI was. And with BI was there, filling in a lot of that time, he became option one while Zion was on the bench. And then when Zion finally was able to get healthy and come back, the roles he kind of it was never the Zion was the option one role. They kind of did that BI thing for a while, and they kind of stuck mentality wise. But DC and Dan, y'all bring up some interesting points. By can he adjust his mentality and fall in line behind Zion Williamson? At times, it looks like to me that Brandon Ingram feels like, hey man, I'm not chopped liver, man. I was drafted this high, such and such, and with the Lakers, man, I can still play ball and this type of thing. And you see in these games where he kind of converts back to that hero ball thing, kind of right. So that's the difficulty in trying to figure out whether or not they're going to do that. Even though DC, they haven't really they said that they want to build around Zion Williamson now. And that's the key piece that BI, if he wants to really stay.
But they never said they wanted to build around BI. Like every time somebody says that, I'm like, when did they say they wanted to build around BI? They say Drew Holiday is the leader of this team. That's the last time I heard them say anything.
But can they logically say that though? But can they logically say we want to build around Zion if you don't really know if he's going to be there? That's not something logical you could do.
I don't think they could say anything because, as my man 2K pointed out, they're too busy trying to adapt and adjust. But to answer your working analogy, because I thought that was a great point. But I want to say
like
this.
Your dad. I want to use this one. If your dad stepped out and then he came back in, I'm not looking at my dad the same. You left to go get milk.
And I'm gonna look at it like this: we can use a TV show that we've all probably watching. You got Power Book 2 with Ghost, right? With Tariq and the Tejada family, right? The dad stepped back then from coming out of jail, and Kane didn't want to give up that position, right? He didn't want to let his dad, I guess, be there because he wanted to be the guy. And look what the hell that got him.
Well, DC,
sometimes it's better to put the right people in position where they should be, as opposed to how you feel with your ego. So, is it more beneficial for us to win? For Zion to be this guy, and then I eat off of that, because if we win, I'm gonna get all of these accolades and all that credit I want anyway. If we win,
hold on, DC,
guy's gonna be looked at as the man.
I don't watch Power, so could you kind of use your analogy on Shotters? Go.
I can't actually.
That's fine.
Listen, bro. You shot us, bro. I seen Shotters. Seen Shotters. So break it down.
Seen Shotters about 15 times.
Go, DC. Go ahead. That's your favorite movie. Go ahead. Break it down.
I can't use that analogy for Shotters. It doesn't fit.
It does?
Actually in Shotters, as crazy as the three guys were, they worked as a unit and as a team. Everybody knew what role they played.
So you can't apply.
That's the best I can tell you. That's the best I can tell you in Shotters. You had everybody doing what they did.
Dan, he did a good job on that one, bro. He rolled that one pretty good. I thought it was a little bit. Shout out to DC, man.
It don't fit, man. But when you at work and then you got the guy who's awesome at his job, but he don't never show up to work. But y'all got a deadline to get stuff done. You gonna try to jump in front of him and head the project and miss the deadline? Or you gonna let him, come in, do his thing, and hit the deadline, and maybe feel a
Yeah,
certain
I'm not
type of
going
way?
to. Yeah, I was understand jump in front of him, but as far as being a leader and understanding everybody else that you work with, I'm gonna still know everybody. I'm gonna know what they need to do rather than the best person. Even though he's good at his job, yeah, he has to play his role. Yeah, his role is X, Y, and Z. But as far as being a leader and understanding the people that I work with, and as far as the teammates, I know that. So I think that's mainly what they're looking at. Because in order to lead, you got to know the people that you're working with. And if you're going all the time, you don't know the people you're working with. You just know your job. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, I think two things can be true, man. You can be the best player on the team and everything runs through you, but not necessarily be the full or only leader on the team.
Right.
Like BI could have the ear of the locker room or whatever, but on the court, because we're feeding everything through Zion, he's the non-vocal leader through our style of play. Those two things can coexist.
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna take this. I'm taking this off of BI and I'm putting this. Obviously, it
Okay.
is BI because that is his. Like he knows that's how he knows how to play is being the one. But as far as like the coaching, I feel like they haven't implemented a system that he's comfortable with to be that too. From my point of view, that's what I'm thinking. As far as him not being acclimated into the system. Or to that system that you would like to see.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, but listen, shout out to the fam, man. Jay Black, Lex in the chat. Shout out to Lex. Big ups to the rest of you guys here as well. Dropping some good game in the chat, man. It's always cool for the family members. I see you, buddy. Shout out to Buddy Lee, man. Seeing you dropping the game in there. I see you, brother. Black Preacher, man. The rest of the fam. Hotline Bling is a good song. That's an interesting tag. Shout out to you as well. Guy and the rest of the family members in there chatting it up, dropping some good game about Zion Williamson, man. I'm reading all your commentaries, fam, and there's a lot of great points. That's why I love the flock. We got intelligent people, man, that's always dropping game. It's not like just, a bunch of fanatical minded people just like whatever the team good is good for me. Now, they actually people kind of working this stuff too. They actually thinking and saying, how could the team get better? They're providing trades and ideas, man, to try to help the Pelicans, man. And because we want to win. We don't want no burnt out basket case team that's underachieving here. We want to win. We want to compete in a difficult Southwest and a damn sure tough ass Western Conference, man. We need to represent. Buddy says Zion ain't Shaq, but Zion score in the MF and paint. Don't he? Kobe shot 2, not 3s, but hold on, let me read it right. Zion ain't Shaq, but Zion scores in the paint. Don't he?
Why you reading so slow? She was wrong.
Hold on, DC. Stop. Can I finish this, please, sir? All right. I know you're trying to get back at me for my top shot.
I'm just asking you.
All right. Can I finish the comment, brother? You won't read
Are
it.
you tired?
All right. Kobe shot 2, not 3s, but BI make the opposition play, quote, your style, end quote. Ain't that what the Warriors done? So that is Buddy Lee. Dropping it. Young Killuminati says BI changed the flow of the team a lot last year. When Z hit the bench, the energy change and the pace of play, that's the main reason for trading him. Thank you, Young Killuminati. That's an interesting comment, right?
I agree with that. I'm
I
not
mean,
gonna say that I don't agree.
there's some truth to that. We start playing more half court with BI, man. It does slow down.
That's true. Yeah.
It does, but that's what I'm saying. I feel like if they came back with a serious mindset that they know Zion's gonna play, which they don't, and just try to find a way that it fit both of them, it could work. And I think that's the best option as far as like trading him. I don't really see nothing that could really boost the team. I'll say that it will probably just be something that's gonna like we'll probably not get. I don't think it's gonna be anything. We'll get a BI type talent back from a trade. That's the main reason I don't like trading him, because I don't want to downgrade just to appease one person.
Lexxah is always dropping scoops as well. What you doing, Lex? She said Zion and Brandon play better when the other is sitting down. They don't play off each other enough to be a legitimate duo. And of course, she is referencing Willie's comment that, remember he said about this duo being one of the best in the game. I think he said they were the best in the game, or one of the best, something like that. That Willie's statement about the duo was premature. So indeed. All right. And man, listen, man,
But I just want to bring up the Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Like, if they could find a way to work out, most definitely, BI and Zion could find a way to work out.
Well, one changed his style of play consistently by consistently getting better, which is Jaylen Brown. He went from not being much of a shooter to being a really good shooter. He went from this year, because I was like, man, Jaylen Brown ain't all that. He went from not being able to use his left hand to being able to use it pretty consistently this year. So hard work and the ability to adapt is, you can't underrate that.
I don't know. That's kind of difficult to kind of.
They did have like the earlier with that tandem. A lot of people were saying they wasn't going to do it with just them.
Not them, but not that DC. I'm saying in terms of having the duo that was. It's not like we've had 4 years or whatever it was of this between these guys, and injuries occurred, coaching differences. We had 3 different coaches during that period. Finally get Willie. We finally get him on the floor at the same time. Toward the back end of the season, we lose. We lost BI. Well, we lost BI for a significant period of time. He returns for the play-in. Then we lose Zion at the back. It's just one going for another, and I think at some point people just kind of called it. And could we get these guys to play together, man? And we've seen them in a couple of not a couple, but a few games where you've seen them play well together, but then other times not so much. And
but that's all growth, Q. They need that growth. That's what it is, really.
I'm not sold on it, because if we look at what a Jaylen Brown and a Tatum is, I think that's a different unit than what we got going on. Insofar as those guys playing off each other, I think it's a little different.
Yeah, it's different.
Big time different. So I mean, I would be kind of cautious to make a comparison between Jaylen Brown and Tatum, along with against BI and Zion Williamson. I'm
just saying, as far as 2 people that need the ball to make stuff happen.
Right. Well, I mean, man, the whole thing, the game, it's about like, what's the easiest way for the Pelicans, like the super smart way for the Pelicans to win games or to dominate in the Western Conference and in the NBA. You got to play through your best player, which is Zion Williamson, right? His gravity and everything. He's a very unique player. There's not a matchup for him that anybody can have. And if you collapse him, which means you put multiple pieces on him to try to collapse him, you put people around him, shooters around, that's supposed to knock down wide open shots. To me, that is a good strategy to have. And the Pelicans are following that lead. I think BI, we had a chance to see about that. I think we need to kind of move beyond the and I'm going with the mindset that we trade BI, not keep him. So I just think that the future and the optimization of the Pelican squad to win is through Zion Williamson. And I understand people gonna say, well, Q, he ain't play a lot of games the last 5 years because of injuries or whatnot. Listen, you still have to, that's the guy you paying all this money to. He's your best player. You still got to flow the game through him, and you got to shape everything around him. That's how it goes. We can't sit up here and pretend like they do that we don't know who the best player is. They know that they're doing everything they can to reshape the core around Zion Williamson, which is basically telling you that Zion Williamson is the centerpiece, which means he's the leader of the team on the court to take the Pelicans into the future. All these other guys, CJ McCollum, BI, they got to go. Now, whether we trade them now or trade them later, because and then not to mention, there are other guys behind them that need playtime. Let us not forget that. These guys are at the end of their window. They got to move on, and we got to bring these other guys in. We got Murphy III, who's coming up on a contract. Jordan Hawkins, who needs more time to develop as a shooter. He could be your best shooter. It's baby flipping Ray Allen, according to Willie Green. I mean, that's a lot.
Ray Allen should be starting, shouldn't he?
Well, he should, but This is once again, David Griffin said that, but didn't David Griffin say that? No, Willie said that. David Griffin
No,
said
David
that.
Griffin said we have high expectations for Jordan
No,
Hawkins, and
I'm thinking
we
about the
got big
comment.
plans for him.
I'm thinking about the comment he made about Zion Williamson. That's what I'm thinking about. But he's a supercharged Draymond Green. That always.
Well, I got one more question. Do you think? Okay, so if let's say Bi without Bi, let's say we trade him, get to average players. Do you think that? Okay, sorry, Zion gets hurt. You think that with DeJounte Murray and CJ McCollum, they could keep the team afloat as well as CJ and Bi
Absolutely.
did.
Absolutely, man. I don't see why they wouldn't be able to. The biggest thing about CJ and Bi, which I think CJ is actually worse than Bi, way worse. They kind of get lost in doing their own things at times, not really getting the others involved. Like I said, CJ a lot more than Bi. He kind of does. He just slows the game down. But I think having DeJounte Murray, and if he's the point guard I think he is, and as intelligent as I think he is, I think he'll be able to hold them accountable to their style of play. That's how I see a point guard. Point guard kind of helps everything flow seamlessly the way that it should.
Yeah, he keeps
And
the
I
ball
think that's the
in his hand.
missing piece in what we have. Like everybody kind of goes rogue at times. When Zion goes rogue, it looks amazing and it benefits everybody on the team. Not so much for CJ.
Right.
When CJ goes rogue, if his shot's not falling, it look crazy as hell.
It pisses everybody.
When Bi go rogue, it don't look that bad. It's just more of, it's like completely against the way we want to play. We want to play with force and pace and get up and down the court. We ain't doing none of that shit when Bi go rogue. He gonna get the ball on the elbow, lean back, pivot, hezzy, pull. You know what I'm saying? Like spin around, jump over two people, tough shot, all the way with the shot clock worn down. Like it's just not what we're doing.
Yeah.
So DeJounte Murray to me is the common denominator or the glue in that situation.
He pulls out. He keeps the ball out of their damn hands. And that's pretty much what it is. So they can play their role, because at times CJ McCollum is not a point guard. He can't be trusted to operate the offense because he'll go into his mind. He'll start dancing. He start jacking up damn shots. That's what CJ does, and has no conscience about it whatsoever. CJ McCollum will pull up a 3-point shot, and guys ain't even crossed the midcourt line yet. And like, that's one of the worst things you can do, is you gonna pull up and take a cold ass shot like that, miss it, and them guys gotta run back to defend on the. It's just, dude, no.
I got the perfect thing, bro. When they're running back on the other end, CJ run past me, say 0.5 basketball,
Bro, it's crazy. So it's like it's a lot for DeJounte Murray to do. Like, and sort of like, how do you fix all this? The 0-20, whatever it was, 23, 24, whatever it was.
Or 27.
27, breaking down in floor general. He helps there. But that's what I'm saying. Because you can't trust the natures of CJ McCollum or Brandon Ingram in certain areas of the game. Now, like he said about Zion, you can, because you can't stop Zion. When Zion's mind is where it's supposed to be, you can't stop him. So, but CJ McCollum, he got the mid-range game. But like I said, man, you can't trust the natures of CJ McCollum and Brandon Ingram. You can't. It's just they're gonna do and be who they are all of this time, and it is what it is.
And Young Illuminati pointed out, he said Bi eats the shot clock up all game. So CJ don't take none of the shot clock, and Bi eat it up all game. That's a perfect marriage if you find somebody to balance that out, huh?
Yeah.
All right, Black Order says that's because Zion would never let someone named Lou Dort hold him under 10 points in a playoff game. There we go. So Lou Dort, Bi.
Yeah. But Black Order, if Bi does have one fault, which he has a few, but that definitely would be one. When he comes back from injury, man, we all know, whether it's the regular season, when it is, for whatever reason, he's not a guy that performs well coming right back from injury. He never has been, ever. Takes him about 10 games. Unfortunately for us, that Thunder series happened to be inside of those 10 games. He had a great showing at Sacramento, which was a blessing because if we would have lost that game, we would have been in trouble. But he always plays good against Sacramento. That
That's
was a
right.
layup matchup for him. But
That
I
was a
can't act like Lou Dort is the reason when I've seen Brandon Ingram consistently torch Lou Dort. So when he had one game a while, I think he didn't take a lot of shots.
That's true.
He
Yeah.
took like 9 shots when we played the Thunder, and I think we lost or something. It's like, what the hell is going on with BI? But other than that game, every other time we seen him play OKC, man, he torched the Thunder, and we gonna act like when we played the Thunder in the play-in, BI wasn't giving them the business, even though we lost to them in the play-in the year before. Where was the torture chamber then?
Yeah, that's true. But I don't like Lou Dort did come back bigger and seemed like he came back better this season than the other seasons.
and then
Man,
the,
BI had that mommy first step going on again that Big Q talked about all the time.
that was years ago.
The dude was obviously still banged up, man. He wasn't 100%.
He wasn't 100%.
Lou Dort probably was a little better, like you said, brother.
Well, but that's the whole thing. It's like he put him in the mix and in where it counted. Like you needed BI, who's the top option coming off injury, to do his thing. But we also needed CJ McCollum. Let's not forget CJ McCollum either. CJ McCollum did not give us the offensive production that he was supposed to give in that playoff series. And he was destroyed on defense by OKC. So let's delve out that blame equally. So yeah, but that has to change. So like I said, but let me get ready to end this. We have to leave it there. But quickly, DC, you said the next. What do you think? Next couple of days trade for BI. What you think?
I think next couple of days the DeJounte Murray trade is finalized, and then BI can either be added into that, or we'll see a trade for BI shortly after. If we don't see a trade for BI shortly after, or in the DeJounte Murray trade, BI coming back.
All right, what you think about that, Dan? You think something gonna happen over the next few days? You agree with DC on that?
I don't know, man. This is kind of hard to. I can't even say. I don't even want to put nothing out there in the universe. I just want to let the word universe work.
Right. Well, I mean, it's a lot going on. Like it's like I said, when you see a trade of a certain team interested in BI, and then right after that, you hear them sign somebody or they trade for somebody. So it's a very weird thing. Like you see, okay, they latching in on this, and then somebody else come on, and then they go over here, and then they go over there. So it's kind of hard to kind of figure out which ones are the solids and which are the illusions. It's a lot going on here and there. So I want to see this to happen too. I think that's also been the word on the street is that they're saying in the next few days that a trade should happen with BI being finalized, sending them out. The Pelicans are looking for a starting level center, a key reserve, and picks, as well as pick swaps. I don't know if they get all of it, but that would be what you would satisfy a BI trade to get a starter back for the big, maybe a guy off the bench, and maybe a couple of picks or a pick and some pick swaps, something like that.
Is that an A grade though, or is that like whatever C?
I mean, that to me, that's what the mentality is in terms of what they want for BI. They want to be able to get a starter for him, from what I hear, in a reserve and picks to go along with it.
But is that like something like, okay, David Griffin did his thing there? You're like, okay, that's just what he had to do.
I would consider that fair based on the circumstances. And if you can't get that, then I don't think you should trade him for nothing and just get boxed up in the deal. Yeah, that won't help anything. So I'm in the mindset, and I can agree. I know if a lot of the family members agree that if we can't get the proper compensation for Brandon Ingram in trade, we just got to hold on to him until we can, and operate accordingly and do what we got to do. So I hope behind the scenes that they're also looking at, and I know they're doing one thing at a time, but hopefully they kind of gauge an interest in CJ McCollum. That's another thing that I know a lot of the emphasis is on Brandon Ingram right now because he's the biggest piece to see if they can get something back for. But I sincerely hope underneath the scenes that they are out there trying to push CJ McCollum out there as well, man, to get him up out of here as well, so we can find some value for him. Get that 33 and the third up off these books, But anyway, listen, that's going to do it for the stream, man. Listen, I appreciate all of you guys for chiming in, man. We were supposed to cut it at 2.5, almost 3 hours, and we went an additional hour because we love talking Pelicans. But shout out to the super chatters, the cash appers. Also, shout out to the family members if you want to join the channel via joining the channel to help promote the channel in terms of supporting it financially. You can become a member of the channel with PPR. There's all kind of little stuff that we'll be doing, special streams for our supporters, as well as other things going on there. I'm gonna probably throw some more discounts in on merch and all that stuff into to become a channel member. So that is available as well to help the stream going. PPR, Pelican Postgame Report, the longest running #1 independent Pelican podcast in the business. We've been doing this, baby, and we're gonna keep doing it, baby. You heard me? So big ups to y'all, man. DJ done dropped off. I was gonna let him say the mantra before we leave. Dan, you want to take a stab at it, man, before we leave? Do you know the mantra?
Not the top of my. Well, I know if they wait. What is it? If anybody talks to your Pelicans, tell them get the fuck out of here. Oh.
And go flock yourself.
TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue.